All right, hello and good evening. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the City of Bloomington Plan Commission for Monday, August 10th. Let me start by giving an overview of our agenda this evening. We will have just a couple of housekeeping items, and then we will get to our, we have a consent agenda tonight that has two items on the consent agenda, and then we have 4 petitions to be heard in full tonight. Those are sub 2026-05-0010. This is the Redevelopment Commission's request for primary plat approval for Hopewell South and partial plat vacation. We will then have ZO 2026-06-0006, which is UDO text amendment related to the Council Resolution 2026-05. And we will then have ZO 2026-06-007, which is a request for UDO text amendment related to increasing housing attainability. And then finally, ZO 2026-06-0008, request for UDO text amendments excuse me, related to change in use and limited compliance requirements. So, yeah, 4 petitions plus a consent agenda this evening. But let's begin just by calling the roll for attendance this evening.
Bishop.
Here.
Burrell.
Here.
Seabour.
Here.
Korodke.
Here.
Holmes.
Here.
Kinsey.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Stossberg.
Here.
Whistler.
Here. All right, so we do have a quorum. Let's move on to approval of minutes. We have the minutes from the July 13th meeting for approval this evening. Are there any questions, comments, or corrections to those minutes? Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the July 13th Plan Commission minutes. Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. We'll move on now to reports, resolutions, and communications. Are there any reports from commissioners tonight? All right, how about from staff?
Yes, sir. Lynn Coyne, Interim Director, Planning and Transportation. I'd mentioned earlier that at some of these meetings I will have little brief updates on things that occurred, law, whatever. And there were some questions about the Federal Housing Act. So I asked Anna Killian-Hansen, Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development, to take 5 minutes and update you on what the Federal Housing Act provided for. So I will introduce Ms. Killian-Hansen for you, and she'll take it from there.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. Anna Killian-Hansen, Housing and Neighborhood Director. There's a lot in this bill, so I'm going to go as fast as I can and try to summarize as much as possible, but please understand there's a lot here. So recently, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act was passed. It became law on July 11th, so pretty recently, considering the last time that you guys had met. Building on earlier House and Senate proposals, the final package included more than 50 provisions aimed at boosting housing supply, reducing regulatory barriers, modernizing existing federal housing programs, and strengthening coordination across the housing system. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act made significant changes to federal community development and affordable housing programs by expanding eligible uses of CDBG and home funds, which we receive, reducing administrative barriers, and creating new opportunities to support affordable housing supply. It also directed HUD to advance reforms related to zoning, land use, environmental review, housing construction, and housing finance, with the overall goal of helping communities increase the production and improve access to affordable housing. The Act includes provisions addressing housing construction methods and financing, including point access block buildings, which are multifamily buildings with 3 or more stories served by a single staircase, reforms intended to improve financing for modular and manufactured homes, and provisions addressing barriers to small dollar mortgages. It made several significant changes to the CDBG grant program, and one of those being that now we have to have transparency around publicly owned land. So beginning in funding year 30, which if you do not understand our funding years, we actually start them, like we're just starting our 26th year. So we're halfway through the year, so it gets a little squirrely. But starting with the funding year 30, the potential amount of funding a community receives will be related to how easy it is to build housing in your community. So beginning in funding year 27, we must establish a publicly available searchable database identifying undeveloped land owned by the jurisdiction. And then in 27, we are allowed to use up to 20% of our annual CDBG funding for new affordable housing construction. In 2030, the Build Now Act creates a mechanism for adjusting our allocations based on our improvement in our housing growth rate, which they are set to release in September. So they're going to actually do a study and tell us how good or bad we are at creating housing in the community. It's also going to reduce our regulatory burdens for environmental reviews, which if you've worked with our department, in order to use the federal funding, it takes forever. If we have to go through these environmental reviews, it can be years before we can complete one and obtain all of the necessary information. It also goes into, so the Build Housing Act portion of it, basically goes through the NEPA review process and tries to streamline that. It goes through the Revitalizing Empty Structures into Desirable Environments Act, which establishes a 5-year home pilot program to convert vacant and abandoned commercial and industrial buildings into attainable housing or low and moderate income households. Eligible activities can be acquisition, demolition, remediation, and redevelopment with priority for distressed areas and communities undertaking regulatory reforms. It revitalizes our home repair program and makes it easier to accomplish. It goes into quite a bit with the financing aspect. It actually expands opportunities with right of first refusals, actually, which is interesting. And it further addresses manufactured and modular homes, which the way that they're attached to buildings. So it talks about making it easier to make sure that we can get permanent financings, because if you haven't sold a modular home, you might not know that it has to be on a permanent foundation in order to qualify for financing. So that does help that. And then it also directs HUD to develop best practice frameworks for zoning and land use policies. And so that portion is interesting because it's basically telling us that the recommendations are centered around 3 different key areas: cost, land, and time. The report recommends reviewing local regulations and processes that increase construction costs, limit land available for housing, or lengthen time required to obtain approvals and construct homes. And it includes reviewing permitting fees and other development costs, avoiding requirements for unrelated off-site infrastructure, increasing transparency around fees, inspections, permits, and approvals, allowing a broad range of construction methods, including manufactured and modular housing, making publicly owned land available for housing development, allowing by-right residential developments where appropriate, streamlining permitting and eliminating duplicative reviews, establishing defined permitting timelines, and using technology to modernize or develop the development process. And so, taken together, the best practices from HUD and then also this new bill, it really establishes a framework for how they would like us to start moving forward. And then one of the things I think you guys might be interested in is the act also prohibits large for-profit institutional investors from purchasing certain single-family homes so that more homes are available for individual home buyers. The ban stops large corporations from purchasing extra single-family houses or duplexes. This applies to firms that own or control at least 350 single-family residential properties. This is not retroactive. Companies do not have to sell the homes they already own before the law started. However, violating the purchase ban can cost them up to $1 million or triple the home purchase price per violation. So there's a lot of really good stuff in this bill, but it's very complicated, and many of them are waiting on further guidance for implementation. So it's not effective right away. Certain things will be rolling out slowly. Some are 27, some are 29, some are 2030 for compliance deadlines, but implementation plans should be coming out soon, and we are keeping an eye on that, but something for your guys' radar as well. There's quite a bit out there if you want to do some research, or I'm happy to share some information that we have as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other reports or communications from staff?
Nothing else from staff, no.
All right. We will move on then to our agenda, our consent agenda. As I mentioned, there are 2 items on the consent agenda tonight. Are there any commissioners who would like to see either of those removed to have a full hearing?
Question?
Are there questions about the consent agenda?
Yeah, what's the process? Because I have questions about the TIFs. How do we do that? Are we allowed to ask?
You are allowed to ask questions,
Without
yes.
pulling off the consent agenda?
You can ask questions without pulling it off the consent
Okay.
agenda,
All right.
yes.
Okay.
But now would be the time if you have questions.
Oh, we're that quick into it?
We're that quick into it. We're on the consent agenda here, so if you got questions,
Hope he's got a question.
go ahead.
But I think that we would have to pull it off the consent agenda to talk about it at all, or to get a presentation about it at all. Isn't that right?
I don't believe so. We can have conversation about anything we want to here.
Can we get some guidance on that? What are we supposed to do?
So, yeah, items on the consent agenda, usually there is no presentation by staff. In the past, there have been occasional 1 or 2 questions, but I think if there's the intent of having a full dialogue on it, it should probably be pulled off. I just obviously don't know the extent of your questions. If it's, like I said, 1 or 2, we try to answer that expeditiously. Otherwise, if it feels like it's going to be a more prolonged discussion, it should be pulled for a full discussion.
How do you want to handle it?
Agreed. Well, how detailed are your questions?
Depends on the answers.
Okay, why don't you start asking, let's ask some questions, and we'll see how this goes. If
Okay,
it gets
so
too far,
You're asking to do a
I'll let you know.
TIF overlay of the plan before us, the 6.5 acres roughly of Hopewell South. Is that what we're asking for?
Yes, Dana Kerr, represent the RDC here. I'm the attorney from legal that deals with the RDC. And 6.5 acres is the Hopewell South, the entire Hopewell South area, and that would be included in the entire TIF area.
And is this not already in the consolidated TIF? It's part of the Adams TIF that
It
got
is in the
consolidated?
consolidated TIF, so it would be removed from the consolidated TIF, and now it would start its own Hopewell South TIF.
Why are we removing it? What's wrong with the TIF as it sits?
It will be a residential TIF because it'll be primarily residential properties. And so therefore, it's a different type of TIF than the consolidated TIF. And so it would be a new and different type of TIF. And it also would allow for a different time period than the existing consolidated TIF.
Right.
The clock could start again on the life of the TIF, and it would be based on when the first obligation on that TIF started. The RDC would be expending quite a bit of funds to put in the infrastructure, and at some point in time would possibly need to get reimbursed, or there are also other projects that inside that TIF, the funds that's generated from inside that TIF could pay for that are outside of the Hopewell TIF if it benefited the Hopewell TIF. So there's a couple mechanisms that could be used to help the RDC funds with the other projects in the area, or in reimbursing them for the amount of funds that is going to be used already in design, but also in putting in infrastructure.
So will we bond against the revenue to pay for the infrastructure in the TIF area? Is that what the plan is?
Right now, there's not a plan to bond for, well, we are discussing bonding for that infrastructure, but the TIF, the Hopewell South TIF, will not have the funds to pay for it right away. So in the future, we're looking at, in not too distant future, bonding with consolidated TIF, which would be allowed to use in the Hopewell South TIF because it supports what's going on in the consolidated TIF. There's Indiana Code 36725 allows you to use funds from a TIF area in other areas that support what's going on in that TIF, the economic development.
Right.
So the housing development in Hopewell South, it helps what's going on in the consolidated TIF. So therefore, if I can get a little dry, therefore, if there was bonding to put in the infrastructure in Hopewell South, that would be okay to do with the consolidated TIF. If that was to happen, of course, that would take council approval before that would ever be done. And then later, when Hopewell South TIF is getting built out and is getting to a point where it's creating revenue, that revenue could be used to pay on that bond that is from the consolidated TIF. So that's a benefit of
the
using
consolidated
this as a
TIF.
package.
There's bonds currently tied to the consolidated TIF, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's bonds currently tied to the consolidated
Yes,
TIF
there
income,
is.
right? What's the monthly, how much of that TIF is used to pay the payments on those bonds? Is there any leftover money right now?
I do not have the bond information right now. What I do know is there is significant bonding capacity. I also know that the funds on hand that the RDC has could substantially pay for a lot of the infrastructure at Hopewell South. But, you know, there's a lot of projects that need to be, that are in the works.
Well,
with the
I'll tell you
RDC.
the reason for the line of questioning is I was on this plan commission, we consolidated the TIFs, and we were misled to where those funds were going to go, and they're not used in the areas they were used in before. And I want to make sure that if we're going to do a TIF for Hopewell, the money goes into Hopewell for infrastructure and improvements to that area. Water, sewers, storms, sidewalks, street trees, whatever that means. It seems like we've lost purpose on our TIFs a long time ago. And that's where these questions come from. If we're going to bond a TIF for Hopewell, I hope it's used for Hopewell.
Yes, the funds generated, the revenues generated from the Hopewell TIF, even though the bonds are being supported by the consolidated TIF, where the money comes from that actually pays those is irrelevant. So we can use the funds generated from the Hopewell TIF to the extent that they can pay towards that bond, towards the bond, plus use the funds from the consolidated TIF where there's a deficiency to pay on those bonds. And to the extent that we've used consolidated fund bonds to pay, our consolidated TIF funds to pay for those bonds, those could be, if the expenses were tracked, could be paid back to the consolidated TIF.
The second on the consent agenda, you're moving a bunch of parcels from the TIF. These are not these parcels, because I mapped them. There are a bunch of just random, there's a lot of parcels that you're removing from the consolidated TIF. Can you address that real quick of why we're doing that? Explain how that hurts the funding.
The reason for removing those parcels,
I'm almost done. We're on the second one. Yeah, I just want to understand why we're moving parcels. It didn't make sense.
very sorry, I have a thing where my mouth is dry. In removing the parcels from the consolidated TIF, the residential parcels, up until last year, the way the software worked at the auditor's office, per the guidance of the DLGF, there was this balancing because these residential properties, you cannot capture that incremental increase
Right.
in value. So there was this balancing that they were able to do with the properties that they could capture to have a net effect and balance that out. Then the DLGF changed the guidance on how to use that software. So now, by leaving those parcels in, if we leave them in, it actually decreases the revenue by approximately $360,000 per year of RDC revenue. Now, the details of how that software works, I apologize, it's way beyond me, but our Redo Financial Group has explained that this is a problem that everyone that has residential properties in TIF districts that are based on commercial TIFs is having to deal with, and are taking these kind of steps to remove the residential properties from their TIF areas.
Okay.
It's a way to balance that, and actually it's a more correct way to do it since they're not supposed to be captured anyway. So
Okay,
this
that-
just takes
that
them
makes
out of
sense.
this system.
Okay, last question. I promise, last question. I've had discussions about the commercial versus residential TIFs in different communities. What's impacted when you do a residential TIF? When that increase in revenue reduces income somewhere else. What gets impacted by us capturing the residential revenue? Because I assume as Hopewell builds out, we're going to add to this. So if we're going to do a residential TIF over Hopewell, what's the negative impact on other things? What gets hit by that?
Yes, there is a tax impact analysis that Reedy Financial just completed today that will be going out. Let me see if I can find that for you. And whenever you look at a TIF and estimated impacts, it's estimated based on the fact what would happen if you didn't put in the infrastructure, if you didn't, put this in a TIF, it weren't able to develop this, and it would just grow in its condition as it was. And so the tax impact to overlapping areas would be for the Bloomington Civil City, $3,918, and for rate-driven funds impact, $13,497 for the city. This is not actual loss of revenues, but is a hypothetical impact of eliminating the allocation area after it would have generated the new incremental values.
Let me ask the question a different way. I was in a discussion where a school system fought back against a residential TIF because it said it affected their revenue. I don't know if that's true or not. So my question really is if you do a residential TIF overlay in this whole Hopewell area, that revenue is captured by the city and used for whatever we want to use it for, whatever the TIF says. But that revenue would have gone somewhere else. If this gets developed and there's no TIF, it would have gone somewhere else. What's the impact? What is losing funds?
Yes, at the end of the TIF period, then all of the funds, the incremental funds, would then go to the underlying area, taxing authorities. So at that point in time, the increase that wouldn't have been there had it not been for the TIF being created in the first place will now have been created and will now go to the schools, will now go to the city, will now go to the county.
But the increase is happening anyway.
I'm sorry?
The increase is happening anyway. I'm just asking, what's the impact?
Can I?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Anna Killian Hansen, Director also from RDC. Last year, we do an annual evaluation of this, like what is the impact to the school systems? And last year, the consolidated TIF the entire consolidated TIF impacted MCCSD by $40,000 total, compared to what it generated. And it's the circuit breakers as well, right?
Is there a difference between residential and commercial?
Yes. And we've met with the school system. They're supportive of Hopewell South. They really need students to live
they
in
do.
Bloomington.
Yeah.
So bringing in housing is a positive thing from their perspective.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Yes, we
Well,
have-
the staff
but-
report was just limited, and I was just curious about those questions, so I'm good. I'm good. I just wanted to be clear.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions about the consent agenda? Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Are there any online comments? All right, we're back to the commission then for any final comment or motion?
I'll motion to move both items on the consent agenda forward with a positive recommendation.
Second.
Yeah, we just need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Motion to approve the consent agenda, both items.
All right. Let's call the roll on the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Korodke,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop.
Yes.
All right, consent agenda is approved. We are now on to our petitions for the evening. First petition is related from the Redevelopment Commission. This is request for primary plat approval and some partial plat vacation. And Eric Grulich is the case manager. Take it away, Eric.
Thank you. This is a request from the Redevelopment Commission for a property at 617 East First Street. This is in the same area that we were just discussing with the TIF discussion. This is for the Hopewell PUD. This is a continuation of the development plan that was approved by the Planning Commission and City Council earlier this year. The petitioners are here tonight to request a primary plat approval for 65 lots within the 6.3 acres. Also requested is a partial plat vacation for 3 lots from the Dixie Highway subdivision, and then also a request for a waiver from the required tree plot width along First Street. So as I mentioned, this is a request to subdivide the property in accordance with the PUD. The PUD, just for everybody's kind of refreshment, is shown on the screen here. It was predominantly a residential PUD with the east half of the site being used for possible reuse for possibly the police department. That use has still not been solidified, but that particular aspect is not before us tonight. We are simply looking at a subdivision plat to come forward and create the lots that were envisioned with this PUD. So with the primary plat approval, we look at right-of-way to be dedicated, lots that are shown on here to ensure that they are consistent with the preliminary plan, as well as all the infrastructure that was shown and approved with that development as well. There were several reasonable conditions that were associated with the PUD that the petitioner has addressed in their construction plans and reflected on the primary plat. So this PUD had several unique cross-sections that were shown within it for all of the internal streets, as well as for the new street typologies shown within this PUD for the lanes. The lanes are the east-west streets that move through here that function very similar to alleys. However, they were shown to be platted within 20 feet of right-of-way, and so those are shown moving through the development. This site has frontage on several adjacent public streets, First Street to the north, Rogers Street to the east, Wiley Street to the south, and also featured the construction and reconstruction of 2 internal roads, Jackson and Fairview. So both Jackson and Fairview will have additional right-of-way platted. Again, as I mentioned, the petitioner has made the changes to the plan in accordance with the reasonable conditions, which listed 6-foot sidewalks and 5-foot tree plots within the interior Jackson and Fairview streets. There is an internal corridor that moves through here for common space and green space, as well as an 8-foot sidewalk that moves through the site. So the petitioner has come forward, as I mentioned, with this plat, showing all of the lots and right-of-way that are required to be dedicated. The PUD was very unique in terms of no minimum lot size or lot area requirement. The side yard setbacks were also shown at 0, except along the edges of the PUD. One of the other unique aspects to this petition also featured somewhat of a shared parking situation where parking spaces straddle a property line, so there are parking easements that are shown on the plat as well, just to show those being legitimized. A detention area, the majority of the detention will be handled in an underground detention in the northeast portion of the site, so that is shown on a drainage easement as well to accomplish that. The petitioner is still working through all of their stormwater calculations and approvals from City of Bloomington Utilities. However, CBU has indicated that there should not be any problems meeting all of their stormwater detention and water quality requirements, but that will be verified with the secondary plat approval. So you can see here on this exhibit the detention that's shown in the northeast corner of the overall site. This would be under an underground or under a parking area. So this would be shown in a drainage easement. As I mentioned, there are several adjacent public roads. First Street to the north. First Street was recently constructed by the city with a tree plot and sidewalk. After the PUD was approved, there were a lot of concerns from within the community as well as the department and city as a whole about being able to provide parking for some of the uses on here. So the city is exploring or has shown the creation of a limited amount of on-street parking along the south side of First Street. So one of the aspects to this request is a waiver from the required 5-foot tree plot adjacent to some of those on-street spaces. When the First Street project was installed, there was a sidewalk that was installed, as well as a new water line that was laid along First Street. So the sidewalk was placed over that water line. There was a compliant tree plot installed with street trees. However, with the addition of the on-street spaces, the city was certainly very concerned about moving a brand new water line further to the south, which would then require the sidewalk to go even further south into these lots in order to get a tree plot with street trees in there. So the petitioner is requesting a waiver from that required tree plot width for the areas where those on-street spaces will be created. The on-street spaces are very limited along the west side of the site. You can see those new spaces that will be created. And then along the east. Sorry, I'm not sure why I'm getting feedback. Sorry about that. So you can see that the on-street spaces are shown along just limited portions of those frontages along First Street. So the impacts from that reduced tree plot width adjacent to those on-street spaces will be very limited. The presence of the on-street spaces still provides the separation from vehicular traffic that would be accomplished by that tree plot. And the street trees would be placed on the south side of that sidewalk in order to fulfill the street tree requirement. But they are requesting a waiver to not allow or not require that 5-foot tree plot adjacent to those on-street spaces. So with that, obviously we review this for all of the standards of the PUD, as well as for any of the standards that the PUD didn't address. So this is held to the traditional subdivision type that is outlined within the UDO. And so this meets all of the requirements of the PUD. It is dedicating the right-of-way along the adjacent street frontages that is required per the preliminary plan and as modified with the reasonable conditions. So with that, we are recommending that the Plan Commission adopt the proposed findings with the waiver request with the 5 conditions that are listed in staff's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Stossberg.
Yeah, I've got a few. First of all, how many parking spaces does that actually add?
The on-street spaces, you know, with on-street spaces, we don't delineate those unless it's a metered zone. So in this case here, I'm just ballparking. The petitioner can correct me if wrong. I'm guessing maybe 20.
And what about the trees that have already been planted there?
Yep, so there is a street tree plan. There are a lot of those existing trees that would be preserved, especially for the ones that are on the east and the west side of the on-street spaces that are proposed. The ones that are there that are current, they do show, I think, some of those to be relocated. So there will be an effort. Certainly, we can ask the petitioner if I've said anything incorrectly.
So one of the things that said in the staff memo was about this parking space issue was that trees would be planted on the other side of the sidewalk, essentially. Wouldn't that basically be in people's front yards?
No, so you can see on this exhibit here, this is the street tree exhibit. So you've got the sidewalk, and then there is, I'd say, probably 6 to 7 feet between the edge of the sidewalk and the property line.
And what is going to differentiate the edge of the street and the property line for the normal person who is in that space and using that space? Like, if I'm going to walk down there, how am I to know that the tree is in the right-of-way versus in somebody's front yard?
Yeah, so there would still be a little bit of space between the tree and the right-of-way line, if I'm understanding you correct.
No, I guess part of it is, I'm looking 20, 30 years down the road, and I'm going, oh, there's a tree in somebody's front yard, and it's technically a city tree, but would a homeowner who moved in there not realize that's a city tree and cut it down, for example? And I think that there's, we're putting a tree plot essentially in somebody's front yard. And you know what, it's not that different, I don't think, from, my neighborhood that I'm in doesn't actually have sidewalks, but there is significant right-of-way for the city that most of my neighbors don't even realize exists.
Yep, certainly, I hear what you're saying, and, it is close. Obviously, it's important for the property owners to know where their property line is, but it would be right on that line or pretty close to it.
Okay. I have another question that's unrelated to the tree thing. Should I continue?
Please continue, yeah.
So in the staff memo, under the PUD dimensional standards, the Wiley setback is described as having a 12-foot setback, but at the council level, because the council had a reasonable condition to not have this sort of monolithic sidewalk along Wiley that I was just talking about, and so we amended that setback on Wiley to potentially decrease as is necessary to be able, along Wiley, to put in a proper tree plot between the parking spaces and the sidewalk. And I don't see that reflected in your memo, and I'm not sure that I see that reflected on the platted image.
Yep, so the cross-section that is shown for Wiley Street includes a 5-foot tree plot and a 6-foot sidewalk. So the building setback line stayed with what they initially showed.
Do you mind showing the exhibit you're talking about while we discuss it? Thank you.
So here is the Wiley Street cross-section. So the left side of the screen here would be the north side of the street. So it's showing the 5-foot tree plot and then 6-foot sidewalk beyond that. So I can go to the,
Okay, but where is it on the actual, like, image, a couple slides before this?
yep. Let me switch to a different view.
And I guess I'm kind of confused about how that 12-foot setback on Wiley was managed to be maintained, given that we had to insert the tree plot, because in the original petition, there was no tree plot at all. Like, all of those trees were going to be, like, that are currently there existing, were going to be in somebody's property. And so that was why there was the additional 12-foot setback along Wiley, so that then we would make sure that those dwelling units were not flush right up against the sidewalk.
Yep, so this is kind of a zoomed-in exhibit of the Wiley Street frontage. So the property line, as you can see here, runs along this north side of the sidewalk. So you've got a 6-foot sidewalk, 5-foot tree plot, and then the 12-foot setback is here.
So once again, like, so there was actually space in there all along to maintain that setback, and
So the PUD initially showed a 15-foot setback from
No.
Wiley Street. Initially, it was, I think it was modified, but it did show a 15-foot setback to keep all of those trees, because those are kind of a little bit further, deeper into the lot. So initially, it did show a 15-foot setback, and so I think that 12-foot was then modified with the reasonable condition you're talking about.
okay, so it did drop then from 15 to 12?
Yeah, I believe that's what the reasonable condition addressed.
The reasonable condition just was really vague. It just said, lessen it as is necessary to create the tree plot.
Yeah.
It was, we didn't know at the time how much it might need to be reduced in order to create the tree plot.
Yep, so, the reasonable condition, and this was reasonable condition number 10B, had 4 aspects to it. Number 1, the PUD street standards and street sections, including Wiley Street and Jackson Street cross-sections, will be updated as necessary to reflect a tree plot, minimum width of 5 feet located between the sidewalk and drive lane. And then the last one is front setbacks along Wiley and Block 9 may be decreased as necessary to accommodate the additional right-of-way dedication. So as I mentioned, they're dedicating approximately 4 feet of additional right-of-way on Wiley in order to place the tree plot and the sidewalk in the right-of-way.
Okay. I guess I'm still a little bit confused about how that is demarcated on this slide that I'm looking at, because the section by the former convalescent center, like, looks the exact same in terms of the markings as it does in front of the homes over there, in terms of where the roadway is versus the parking versus the tree plot versus the sidewalk. And my understanding was that that there are space issues down there, because there's currently a monolithic sidewalk over there.
Yeah, and
so-
certainly the petitioner's representative might be able to specifically address some of those more detailed questions once they've had a chance to speak, if you've got additional questions.
Okay.
I'd be happy to jump in there. I think you're correct. I think that this was a miss on the latest submission from the civil. I do believe that there is a larger setback that is still retained, but I think you're right, it's not 12 feet. So in the site plans here, you can see that the remaining roadway width is staying on Wiley. The tree plot and sidewalk have been adjusted per the city council comments, but the setback in the front, the buildings are still sitting where they were before, but I think you're absolutely right. I think that setback line is not currently shown at 12 feet, although the homes are shown where they were previously. So I think that's an administrative catch that needs to be caught up between civil submission and the way that the PUD came back in.
Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, kind of, but if we consider that sort of like the equivalent of a typo on a primary plat, like, can we approve a primary plat with essentially a typo? Like, I don't know, that's a real question. I don't know who should answer that.
Jackie Scanlon, Assistant Director. Depending on, and then Ally can weigh in on this, depending on how much it affects, you could add a condition that it needs to be corrected before secondary. If the majority of you want to move it forward this evening. And Ally, Ms. Quinlan may be able to speak to what that change would entail, what the effect is.
I think that would be a really clean way to solve that is we can change that reference to the setback and coordinate with civil to see exactly where it is that they've got it set right now to back of sidewalk. I would be wary to give you an exact dimension, not having that file able to measure to specifically. But I think that's a really reasonable way that can be fixed before secondary submission.
Thank you. I might have more questions in a minute, but I'll let other folks go.
All right, well, let me just pause for a second. I jumped right into questions, assuming that we had heard the whole presentation, but is there anyone from the petitioner that wants to have some additional presentation materials tonight?
Hello, good evening. Kendall Kanoki, Engineering Department. I am representing the Redevelopment Commission as we start our, as the petitioner. We have several other folks here on the team as well tonight, but I can get us kicked off. I have a little presentation to share with you, but I can just start maybe with talking about Wiley Street. And we are showing a 5-foot tree plot and a 6-foot sidewalk. There is no setback shown on the plat. The line that everyone's kind of looking at is an existing feature on the site, edge of pavement, something like that. It's not a setback line. If you look at the plat, there's no setback lines shown on Wiley. So there's nothing there to be changed or updated. We're just simply not showing the setback along Wiley Street. But anyway, I can get into my presentation, then I'm happy to answer more questions on this. Let me go ahead and share my screen. So I just wanted to kind of let everyone know where we were at. So after the PUD was approved, this project kind of got handed over to the engineering department to handle the platting, the detailed construction documents, and then the bidding and construction phase of the project. So I kind of, right here, just wanted to show you where we're at. So we're currently at primary plat. Still to upcoming is the PUD final plan approval, the secondary plat approval, and then all of our permitting. So there's a lot of conditions of approval that were a part of the original Plan Commission approval for the PUD, as well as the City Council approval that, talk about at the PUD final plan stage, this will be done. At the primary plat stage, this will be done. So I just kind of wanted to confirm that we're here at primary plat, and we still have, more steps upcoming after this. So I've kind of given some approximate dates here, but I anticipate, August through October, we'll go through permitting, and then bidding and construction will happen in November, so construction happening after that. So just to give everyone kind of an idea of where we're at. And then I just briefly wanted to touch on maybe what's changed since the PUD came to you before. At that point, it was more of a zoning request, and now we're here at the primary plat phase. So I just wanted to go through the Plan Commission conditions of approval that were a part of the PUD. There's really only two that apply to the primary plat, the drainage plan, and then the phasing plan. So I just wanted to kind of very briefly give a high-level drain. Eric kind of touched on this as well, but stormwater detention is handled on the 714 South Rogers property through a underground detention basin that's going to be installed as part of the infrastructure installation for this project. This is going to be sized to accommodate both watersheds from the property, so there's kind of an east and a west drainage basin. Fairview's kind of the ridge line. CBU has approved and actually suggested a setup where we are going to pump the west drainage basin over to the stormwater detention area. So that's kind of a cool feature of this project. There's going to be stormwater quality units for both the east and the west basins that I've kind of shown there. So those will be sized to treat all of the required stormwater quality runoff volumes for the project. And typically when you do that, you have to pay a payment in lieu. The goal is in these two areas that I have indicated as green infrastructure to install as much green infrastructure as we can fit to kind of reduce that payment in lieu amount. We don't think that we can provide all of what's typically required, but we're going to try to fit as much in as we can. So those are the two areas that have kind of been identified after extensive coordination with CBU as good locations where they will take over the maintenance of that. So just kind of wanted to go over the drainage plan and then phasing plan. You know, we looked at breaking this into different phases, but it's such a urban, tight site. Everything kind of depends on everything else. Just wasn't really prudent to break it up into different phases. So the phasing plan is that it's all going to be constructed in one phase, all of the infrastructure. So that includes all the modifications to existing roadways, all of the new roadways, all of the sidewalks, everything along the existing roadways, including around the 714 building project site. So everything you see here is going to get built at one time as part of one phase. And then just briefly, the City Council conditions of approval that apply, again, a phasing plan, which I just described. Eric kind of touched on this, but the sidewalks, 6-foot sidewalks, 5-foot tree plot, we've done that everywhere. Internal sidewalks have been upsized to 8 feet wide. We've done that everywhere, as you can see here on the plan. Let's see what else changed here. Yeah, 5-foot tree plot was another one. One of the reasonable conditions was about traffic calming and a 10-mile-per-hour design speed for the lanes. So we were working through various options that we're going to present to the RDC, but kind of our recommended solution that we're going to talk to the RDC about is kind of a combination of raised crosswalks, accessible raised speed tables, and visually narrowing the travel lanes. So the travel lane will kind of either be asphalt or stamped concrete, and then flush concrete walks on either side. So it's still a 20-foot wide driveway for fire, but it kind of visually looks like a 12-foot wide drive lane. And also understanding that this is an accessible lane, so ensuring that there's accessible routes on both sides of the street for wheelchair users. And hoping, you know, depending on what the RDC would like to do, maybe making it a little bit more visually appealing than just an asphalt drive. But obviously, the economics of that will come into play. Yeah, with that, I think that's the main thing. So what you see here is the primary plat and the associated construction drawings. I will stop sharing my screen here. I am happy to answer any questions. We also have others on the team who can answer questions. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to the commission. Any further questions, either for staff or for the petitioner? Go ahead, Commissioner Kinsey.
Yeah, my question is a little bit about the statement in the packet that indicates this decision about the tree plot removal was based on to meet the parking needs of the area. And I wonder if someone could elaborate a little bit on what the parking needs are, how they were determined, whose needs are these, just so we have a little bit more understanding of this, because I do think that this is a large shift. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that.
Yeah, there may be others who want to speak to it, but I think the primary concern is the impacts to the existing neighborhood. You know, there's been concerns about those streets filling up with vehicles from this development. Of course, this is a great location. It's very walkable. It's very bikeable. Transit and grocery store nearby. However, you know, there are concerns about, you know, the number of units that are being introduced in this development. And so the idea, and this was a priority of the RDC, which is why we looked at it, was to kind of look at our options for parking. So even though First Street was recently reconstructed, you know, is there an opportunity there to provide a little bit more to help ease some of the parking impacts on the existing neighborhood?
So it sounds, just so I'm clarifying this, it's the residents, the presumed residents of Hopewell, so that they are not parking cars or having people park in the neighboring communities, if that's correct?
That is correct. Sorry, Anna Killian, Hansen Hand. So when we were having neighborhood meetings with the adjacent neighborhood, this became a theme that they were discussing how folks were already parking in their neighborhood and what would happen now that we have new residents, and could we expand parking in any way? And this was the easiest place to put it, and especially next to the larger buildings that we have, the two Faulkner plans. So it was a request from the adjacent homeowner. It was our effort to try and accommodate their request.
Okay, yeah, and there's no, I mean, you know, I'm looking at some of the Google Map images, and you know, it certainly seems that where this is being specified, there's not really any commercial, although, you know, it's hard to know what's going to go on into some of that area to the, I guess it's east side. I don't know. So I was trying to determine if it was residential parking that we were talking about, or if it was more of the commercial structures that could be also impacted. But it sounds like it's neighborhood or residents parking who are in Hopewell.
Yes, that's correct. And if you look at the history of the site as the hospital, former hospital parking, the neighborhood had struggled for a long time with a lot of people parking on their streets. And so if you look at it right now, there's no one parking on the streets, and I'm sure they're enjoying that. So our goal is to not bring it back to that hospital-style parking impact.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Is there someone that can answer that better? I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. Allie, if you're online, maybe that's good for you.
In terms of parking count per unit?
No, I think you just want a breakdown of, yeah, like number of units and how many of each style of unit.
Yes, I can pull that. I can pull that spreadsheet up. I don't have exact counts on the final number of parking spaces that Civil was able to add to First Street, but it does look like we have approximately half of our units are one-bedroom units, and then around a quarter of units are two-bedroom or three-bedroom, and we are parking those at approximately a little over one space per bedroom, around 1.15 spaces per bedroom. So trying to accommodate both enough parking for residents as well as some guest parking tucked throughout the neighborhood.
Yeah, I was just trying to remind myself of housing mix. Okay, one other question. You mentioned a pump to pump stormwater over, and you mentioned green infrastructure. Who's going to maintain that?
CBU will maintain it. This was a surprise to me that they wanted to do this, but when we looked at some of the other options for detention for the West Basin, they were all very expensive, very deep, getting into bedrock, and this kind of emerged as a really actually attractive option to pump stormwater over to the basin. And if the pump was not working for some reason, the stormwater would just continue down First Street and flood route down First Street as it does now. This is actually what CBU suggested that we do.
So CBU is going to take over the stormwater maintenance in this
CBU
neighborhood.
is going to take over the detention for the entire subdivision, all the green infrastructure, and the pump, and all of the piping for Hopewell.
But nowhere else.
Like throughout the city, is that what you're asking?
well, yeah, there seems to be this whole movement where we pay a stormwater fee, but they're going after neighborhoods to fix their stormwater and forcing it on the HOAs. That's what my question was. I was concerned that the HOA for Hopewell would have to maintain this green infrastructure and this pump. And you're saying, no, we're making an exception for the city project.
I can't speak to that, but yes, CBU is going to maintain all of the infrastructure.
Well, that is intriguing. It's good for this, but that's going to raise questions about the rest of it. Okay.
Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Stossberg.
Thank you. This goes back to the waiver that y'all are requesting. One of the, so for Plan Commission's knowledge, in case you didn't watch all of those council hearings, there was extensive conversation around tree plots and sidewalks at those council hearings. And one of Councilmember Flaherty's reasonable conditions was that the PUD street standards and street sections will be updated to reflect a 6-foot minimum sidewalk width for all streets except Rogers Street and lanes. And I think, and then the other reasonable condition that's related to this is what Eric said about the Wiley Street to update tree plots, minimum width of 5 feet, located between the sidewalk and drive lane for all portions of the right-of-way located within the PUD. And I think that this waiver seems like a major deviation from what council approved based on that. What is the legal basis that Plan Commission has for, say, a major deviation in this way? Can anybody from legal answer that? And I see our council attorney over there right now, and I would also welcome my council attorney's legal position on this. Thank you.
Dana Kerr, I also assist with the planning department, and I'm not aware of this deviation, so I'm sorry I can't provide an answer to that tonight. I will have to look at what the deviation is and what the reasonable condition was that was placed on there and see what the variation is.
Our council attorney is making his way over for those online.
If staff needs a few minutes to confer, we can move on to another question, come back to this maybe? Is that all right? Promise we'll get back to, did you have any other questions, Commissioner Stossberg? Unrelated to this?
I probably do, but let's let other.
All right. Any other commissioners that have questions for the petitioner? No? All right.
I did remember the other one that I had.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
And this one actually is for, I can't remember your last name, Kendall.
Kanoki.
Kanoki. On your slides, it's, let me get back to it so that then I actually say what it is that I mean. You highlighted under the conditions of approval that the drainage plan that meets the requirements would need to be submitted with final plan or primary plat approval, and this, of course, is the primary plat approval. But I guess I got a little bit lost in there as to what I thought that I heard was that CBU hasn't actually approved it yet, but is like most of the way to approving it, and I can't tell whether that condition has actually been met here. Because you also said like, well, we're not really having phases, but that makes the entire thing phase one in my mind, as opposed to just not having phases. And so I guess I'm trying to understand whether that condition of approval has actually been met. Because usually when we get petitions that involve CBU-related stuff, when that has been met, we get some kind of a document of CBUs, that CBU has like reviewed the stuff, and it's one of those documents that I understand about this much of, but I usually see it. So can you speak to that
Sure.
again, maybe slower than the first time?
Yeah, sure, sorry. So I asked CBU the question with the reasonable condition, or the condition of approval from Plan Commission, said, you know, are we at a point where you're comfortable saying, yes, you approve our drainage plan? And they said yes. I do have that in an email, in order to get the in writing. But essentially, we just need to go through the detailed, calculations for the detention area and the kind of the finalized details for everything. But ultimately, they have given their approval to our overall drainage plan.
Okay, I guess the question that I have, and maybe not for you, so I don't know if this is a time for it, but maybe it's to the rest of my commissioners. If this petition was a private developer, would we be assuming that this was all kosher if we didn't have something in writing from CBU within our packet? I don't know what the answer to that is necessarily, but it feels like we put that condition on, and it's not that I don't believe you, but it's that I'm trying to treat this petition like every other petition that we would get from a private developer, and I'm not sure that we would accept that. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions? All right, I'll tell you what, we're going to go on to public comment, and hopefully we'll come back to the pending question earlier once we've completed public comment. So if you are here to speak to this petition, make your way to the podium, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you're joining us online, just click on the reactions button, click raise hand, and we'll recognize you when it is your turn to speak. Is there any public comment?
I'm not a member of the public, but we do.
Yeah, I think our meeting host is tied up, so I do see that we have a couple of online folks who've raised their hands, so bear with us. We'll unmute you momentarily here.
Ms. Rosenberger, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Kate Rosenberger here, City Council District 2. This is my district. Thanks for having me. Hey, I just wanted to try to make a lot of points in my 3 minutes. I don't see a timer. Do you guys not have a timer?
We're putting it up right now.
Okay. First, I want to say council has had extensive public comment and debate on this, and where we landed was this existing tree plot and this existing sidewalk, and no parking on the street. The MPO recently redesigned these blocks of First Street. It was a multi-million-dollar project that got done, and the petitioner is asking to tear that up to add parking places. These parking places will also come at about $18,000 per space, and this is a project where the administration or the petitioner has asked repeatedly to keep costs down for the project. A tree plot on the other side of the sidewalk is not a tree plot. That is not a thing. It is just someone's front yard. There are multiple reasons that we have tree plots in our comprehensive plan and in our transportation plan and in our climate action plan. And those include keeping things cool for residents. And they also include another layer of safety between cars and people on the sidewalk. This PUD, I think you all know, was very contentious, and there were multiple reasonable conditions that were negotiated with the petitioner, the mayor, and the RDC and city legal to get this approved. It would not have been approved without those reasonable conditions. And the petitioner is asking you to violate a reasonable condition of this PUD. I do not think that's okay. I would also argue that this is not a minor change to the PUD, in which case you don't get to vote on it. So different, city legal is going to say this is minor. Our legal will say this is major potentially. I mean, nobody knows. So I don't think that's okay. What we do in neighborhoods where we have any kind of parking problems are zone permits. I actually just got an email from a constituent today in the Elm Heights parking zone. We offer zone permits to people to park near their house, right? And that is a possibility, but right now, we have at least potentially one person who lives nearby who is afraid of potential parking problems on a street that currently does not allow parking on this side. And I don't think that's a reason to tear up a multi-million-dollar project that is less than a year old. I would also say I live in Prospect Hill along Rogers Street. We have had parking there for decades. Between 2nd and 3rd, no one parks there. So I do want to say this was debated, hotly debated in our council meetings. It was approved with this reasonable condition.
10 seconds.
And other bodies, the Commission on Sustainability approved it as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other online requests for comment?
Yes. Hello.
Ms. Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you. I got the request to unmute, so I figured it was my turn. My name is Isabel Piedmont Smith. I serve on the City Council at District 1. And I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Rosenbarger, that the request to waive installation of a tree plot along First Street, or part of the First Street frontage, directly contradicts reasonable condition number 10B that was adopted by the Common Council to approve this PUD. Item 1 in that reasonable condition says the PUD street standards and street sections will be updated as necessary to reflect a tree plot minimum width of 5 feet located between the sidewalk and drive lane for all portions of right-of-way located within the PUD. So I'm just baffled that the petitioner would ask for this waiver when specifically it was a condition of our approval that we have the tree plot along First Street and the other streets in the development. The parking concerns that were mentioned as the reason for the parking to be added on the south side of First Street, those parking concerns, I believe, came up before this went to the Common Council. I know I live in the McDowell Gardens neighborhood, and I know 1 or 2 people in the neighborhood did express that before this PUD came to the council. So I don't know why that wasn't considered previously or brought to us. I mean, it should have been part of the plan that was brought to us. And since it was not, what we approved should stand. Furthermore, having lived in the neighborhood for quite some time, I don't really understand the concern that some neighbors may have expressed. And tree plots are very valuable to creating a walkable neighborhood and to acting as a carbon sink in our constantly warming climate. So I encourage you to vote against this petition and make sure that they remove the waiver of the tree plot before bringing it back before this body. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Flaherty, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Matt Flaherty. I serve on the Bloomington City Council. I'm an at-large representative. I'm going to echo some of the comments and share additional perspectives with respect to the proposal here from the petitioner to grant a waiver for the tree plot and the tree plot standards on First Street. I think it's an express violation of a reasonable condition passed by the City Council, and I request that the Plan Commission reject the proposal as stated and reject the proposed findings of staff unless you can amend them to change this particular portion. So the reasonable condition imposed by council is that the PUD street standards and street sections will be updated as necessary to reflect a tree plot minimum width of 5 feet located between the sidewalk and drive lane for all portions of right-of-way located within the PUD. I don't think this is even legally permissible, and I think you're potentially inviting a legal challenge if you pass this. There is a process for Plan Commission to grant subdivision waivers, and there's criteria for that, including request is based on unique criteria that are unique to the property. I don't think that's true here. We heard the rationale is that some surrounding nearby neighbors are concerned about parking ostensibly. So there's kind of a theoretical fear or concern that is not unique to this property. I would argue you don't meet the conditions imposed by the UDO for subdivision waivers. But in any case, I don't know if you can grant a waiver here because this isn't a standard waiver of code. It is a attempt to override and expressly violate a reasonable condition passed by the City Council as a condition of approval of the planned unit development in the first place. This was discussed extensively. I can assure you with extremely high confidence based on the many conversations we had that if this design on First Street to get rid of the tree plot in favor of on-street parking that would tear up a recently built city project with a waste of city dollars, if that had been proposed, we would not have accepted it. We would have changed it, and we would not have approved the PUD if that wasn't changed. I also would invite you to consider whether you would be supporting this for any petitioner other than the city, an element of the city of Bloomington. I think the kind of self-dealing and special exceptions for how we're treating the city as a petitioner with this particular PUD has been part of the problem and contentiousness all along. It's sad to me to see that that is still continuing to be the case. I would also suggest that, again, this is a largely theoretical concern about parking. I believe we heard that 1.15 spaces per bedroom will already be incorporated into the site. That is very high. So I don't think the concern is well-founded. Finally, I would just say it's hard to overstate how much approval of this proposal would further erode what little trust remains in Mayor Thompson and some of her staff to engage with the City Council in good faith. Again, we debated all this already. We made a decision and encourage you to reject this part of the plat. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any additional public comment? Sorry, just Ms. Scanlon, do we have any other?
One more online.
Okay.
Mr. Ammerman, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, yes, my name is Zach Ammerman, Bloomington resident. I just wanted to comment on this. My understanding is that the street that we're talking about here was redesigned and rebuilt like last year, and millions of dollars were spent on this design, and now we're going to rip up a big part of it. It sounds like the city's wanting, or at least the mayor's administration is wanting, in order to put parking spaces in. I think that is cuckoo bananas crazy, to put it short. I've been working on a project on Bloomington's canopy, urban canopy, and I independently kind of verify going back looking at geodata. I make maps for a living, and I deal with data for a living. And I look back and I'm very interested in the canopy. And I found that Bloomington has lost about 200 acres of canopy over the past 25 years. The vast majority of it from development. Now, I'm not opposed to all development, but this is exactly the sort of decision right here that is crazy and is why we're losing acres of trees of urban canopy every year in a context of climate change that is crazy, especially if you're doing it to build parking spaces so that people can store their private property and public space. To take trees down for that, I think is crazy. And I think it's just another example of the mayor seeming to go out of her way to pick fights with the city council. And I think make decisions that are contrary to the benefit of the whole city. So I urge you to oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for public comment.
Can I make a public comment or Who am I?
Well, I would
I'm the
recognize
mayor.
you
I have a
as
comment.
part of the petitioner, but
I can wait.
yeah, give me just,
Yeah, yeah.
just 1 minute. Were you wanting to speak to the legal question or something
I
else?
am not an attorney, but I do want to speak to what has happened with this process.
Okay. All right, if there's no more public comment,
Mr. Allen is out loud.
okay. All right, we'll come right back to that.
Thank the mayor for allowing me to speak. My apologies. Since I'm not a staff member, I thought I was a member of the public, so thank you for recognizing me for my 3 minutes. I'm trying to clarify this issue just in talking about it. One, just to, as my understanding from staff, and maybe I'm just repeating what we already know here, is that the tree plot itself is not actually being removed from that portion of First Street, that it is being, though, swapped behind the sidewalk. So the tree plot as a 5-foot tree plot would be preserved. However, it would just be, instead of being between the sidewalk and the street, it would go behind the sidewalk. So it'd still be along First Street. We do acknowledge that the language of the reasonable condition includes that there shall be a 5-foot tree plot that shall be between the sidewalk and the street. We're conferring about if there is a process even to allow for minor deviations from that, or whether it needs to be an amendment. I think everyone agrees that what is wanted is the trees to be preserved to the maximum extent possible, for there to be a 5-foot tree plot all along this street. So I think that, and staff, I would like to clarify this to make sure I'm being accurate in what I've heard here. That's my understanding of what this particular change is. It is not a full removal of the tree plot altogether. It is more of a transposition of where those trees will go on the First Street parking. And I believe that in the original design, there was some allowance for parking, but that has been changed to allow a little bit of cut-in on First Street since it was last finished. So that's that. I just wanted to provide that information for you in terms of what we gathered, and gathering the legal mechanism behind the change. You know, if it is a substantive change to a reasonable condition, then that technically needs to go as an amendment. However, there are provisions in the UDO for minor deviations, but whether this qualifies or not is still an open question that I'm sure my colleagues in legal could happily guide you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there's no more public comment, are we all done online? Jackie, thank you for pinch hitting there. Any more online commenters? All right, we're back to the commission then. For any additional questions or comments, I would like to ask a question of legal, if we have city legal staff. And I don't know, maybe we won't settle this tonight, but I guess the question is whether or not we have the right to, we have the authority as Plan Commission to grant a waiver of something, of this reasonable condition, right? We can grant a waiver of something that is codified in the UDO, right? Or we could grant a waiver of something that's codified in the district ordinance, right? And so I guess my question would be, what about a reasonable condition rises to a higher standard than something that's codified in the UDO? Does anyone from legal staff want to take a crack at that?
Dana Kerr, legal. I was able, during the discussion, to look at the reasonable condition and to look at the request of the waiver. And I believe that the waiver does specifically contradict the reasonable condition. And I think it would be unadvisable for the Plan Commission to grant the waiver. I think that you could, proceed with passing this forward, but I believe that it would be inadvisable for the Plan Commission to grant the waiver.
Okay. Well, follow up to that then, how could we move this forward without the waiver if we're approving a plot that shows something that is in contradiction to the condition?
They would need to modify that area to reflect pushing the sidewalk back to allow for the tree plot to be in the right location. I understood from planning that that would be acceptable.
Yes, they wouldn't have to change anything tonight. You would just deny the waiver, and then whatever comes forward would be fully compliant with the transportation plan and the reasonable condition.
Okay. Because, and we would just, it would be corrected before we do secondary plat approval.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this may make my next question moot, but in what was proposed tonight with the tree plot being inside of the sidewalk, was that still proposed to be in city right-of-way?
Yes. Yes, the tree plot and the right-of-way, the tree plot and the sidewalk would be in right-of-way, as was shown here today.
Okay. All right, so it's not in the front yards of individual parcels that are going to be sold off. It's still proposed, well, you propose it's still in city right-of-way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, in existing city right-of-way, there's a 5-foot, minimum 5-foot section with the street trees. I think the concern was, it feels like it's your front yard, but it is legally in the city's public right-of-way.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead. Yes, if you have more questions, go ahead.
So to be clear, so the reason we're moving the trees is because there's a water line that prevents them from being put where they would be put normally?
Yeah, we cannot plant street trees within 5 feet of the water main. So if a tree plot was added, there just wouldn't be street trees planted in it. So in order to meet the requirement, we would have to plant street trees on the private property that would not be city street trees. They would just be up to that property owner what to do with in the future. So there's kind of, the ideal situation is you plant street trees in the tree plot. If there's utilities, you plant them on the other side of the sidewalk, hopefully still in the right-of-way. If there's no more right-of-way, then you plant them in the private property. That's kind of the order of operations on how you meet that requirement.
But we're not planting them in private property. I thought they just said we're planting them in the city's right-of-way still.
In this case, yes, we are planting them in the city's right-of-way. If we pulled that sidewalk back, we couldn't plant them in the tree plot that we just created, so we'd have to plant them on the private property or eliminate the parking to meet that requirement.
But we're not doing that. We're planting it in still the right-of-way.
Yes,
We're
as
not doing, We're
proposed,
not doing it
yes,
on private
that's
property.
correct.
We're talking about that, I'm not sure why, but we're not doing that.
Correct.
But the reason we're not putting them where originally promised is because there's a water main there. So you can't plant, is that not right? Am I incorrect on that?
No,
correct.
they are
So that-
asking for a waiver so that they don't have to have a tree plot between the sidewalk and the street.
That's right.
And in
Where
order to put the parking spots in, they have to move the trees on the other side. But City Legal just agreed that that violates the PUD, and that would be open to a legal challenge. So our best option right now is to deny
Well,
the
they just
waiver.
advised us, but we get to
Sorry.
make our own decision.
Yeah,
with respect.
correct, yes.
Yeah.
Let's try to keep the questions between
Yes,
staff
I agree completely.
and the
It seems,
petitioner.
I would think that a water main, I mean, that's not something that you can avoid. That's inherent to the land, right?
The
I
the
think
trees
that's
are
inherent. I
already
think we
planted.
passed
Sorry,
things
Commissioner
before
Strasburg.
that I didn't
This is
think.
not a free-for-all here. You need to be recognized before you speak.
Thank you. So we've passed things before that saying that, oh, we have to pass this waiver, it's something inherent to the land in the last petition that we did. I didn't think those were. This is a water main, right? We can't move that. We can't, that's inherent to the land. That's something that's there. You can't plant trees on it.
All right. Is that a question?
So I think that is this correct? My original question was, am I understanding this correctly, right? There's a water main where they want to put the trees, so they want to move the trees.
Is that a question for staff that you would like to respond to?
That's a question.
Yes.
I'm going to try my best to answer the question. So if the parking that we're proposing to add on First Street was removed, a 5-foot tree plot and a 6-foot sidewalk could be provided, and trees could be planted in that tree plot. So that's the existing condition for First Street. We are proposing to add parking to the street, and by doing that, we've now shifted the tree plot, 7 or 8 feet farther south, which places it on top of the water main. So that's why we're requesting to put the sidewalk on top of the water main and the street trees on the other side. Does that answer the question?
I think so. Does the parking itself contradict any of the conditions? I know there were lots of conditions imposed. Does the parking itself, not any of the consequences of it, but does the parking itself contradict any of the reasonable conditions imposed by council?
My understanding is the PUD on the cross-section for First Street has a statement that says parking may be added to either side of the street. That's my
I'll weigh in to support Kendall. Yes, the approved packet that went to City Council and the final approved PUD has a section for First Street that says that if it is determined additional parking is needed, then parking may be added to First Street. And so we were under the impression with the waiver that this was within compliance of condition, because the condition states that a tree plot is required between the sidewalk and the drive lane. It doesn't say between parking lane or between street or something more general. And so this was a problem solving, trying to make sure, if we have the tree plot in between the sidewalk and parking lane, we won't have trees in it. And so this was the best kind of problem solving around not needing to move the water main and preserving public funds. But yes, I think that's the tricky geometry here is we can get trees if the sidewalk is against the parking lane. We can't get trees within the city right of way if we have parking and tree plot and sidewalk.
Thank you.
Ali just mentioned that parking could be added if it was determined that it was necessary. Is there a any sort of a study or any sort of performative data that led to that conclusion?
I can answer on behalf of the petitioner. There's no parking study other than a comparison of the number of units and the number of proposed parking spaces.
So this isn't a necessary or required feature?
That's correct. The project could move forward without parking on First Street, yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Do you have a question?
I have one, is about the capacity to get the CBU approval and add it to this packet. I have some concerns about moving a proposal forward without that letter acknowledging CBU's approval of this. I mean, I see it in writing, and I presume that's enough, but I wonder if it can be added.
We do have emails from Phil Peden and Kat, who both said that they were fine with the petitioner's proposal to give additional supplemental information prior to the secondary plat. So we do have that correspondence from them directly.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're following procedures to the degree that we should be. So to me, that is an important thing to either add now or add as a condition that it be a part of a secondary plat approval so that we can formalize this, just to keep it straight.
Benedina Casamayan from City of Bloomington Legal. Would like to offer a short recess so that legal can deliberate and then come back and answer these questions.
How short?
Maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
All right. It seems reasonable. I'll move that we recess for 10 minutes, reconvene here at, let's call it 7:15. Anybody want to second that?
Second.
All right, all in favor of recessing for 10 minutes? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. All right, we'll reconvene at 7:15. All right, it is 7:15. Let's call the meeting back to order. I was going to say we're going to go back to the petitioner to use the rest of their time, but I don't think there's anyone from the petitioner back in the room yet. So we'll just wait one more minute.
Chair,
Yeah.
can I make a clarification while we're sitting here?
I'm sorry?
Can I make a clarification while we're sitting here?
Like a point of information?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
That there is currently along First Street where we're talking about a tree plot and a sidewalk that are compliant in all ways with what was there. So part of what they're asking is to tear up what just got installed last year in order to do something different. So in terms of the concern before about the water line, that the trees are currently planted around the water line. The water line was installed based on where the trees were planted. All of those things went together, and it was just last year that all of that was designed by the city.
All right, I see representatives of the petitioner coming back into the room now. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to give the petitioner back the remainder of their time to make any additional presentation, any additional comments they'd like to make, and hopefully answer some of the legal questions that have been raised. But looks like we have Mayor Thompson. Take it away.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of the petitioner, Mayor Thompson. Listen, there was really no malicious intent here, an attempt to save trees. Understand that if this solution to saving trees doesn't work, and this is a solution that came up, which we believed was within the realm of the PUD, and it was a solution provided by engineering. I actually had no idea this was happening. So definitely not the mayor playing chess here. Anna Killian Hansen can explain how the preservation of trees was anticipated for this area. And if that doesn't work, we're happy to withdraw the waiver. It's really important to us to get this affordable housing built, and built as soon as possible. And this really was just the intent to try to save trees, which I think we all agree with. So, Anna, can I get you to address these concerns?
Absolutely, but I actually think that Kendall from engineering would be best suited to explain to you how we got to this point. It was not an effort to bamboozle anyone. It was simply trying to save the trees.
Hi, Kendall from engineering. Yeah, I mean, really this originated with the discussions with the RDC and talking about parking and where can we add more parking in? So First Street came to light because there's no parking on it currently. The PUD appeared to allow parking to be installed. So we, changed the plan to show parking. We evaluated site distance. We eliminated some of the parking spaces. And then we kind of came up with what's before you tonight. There was no intention to, go around any of the requirements. So you're welcome to deny this waiver tonight if you'd like, or withdraw. I'm sorry, I don't know the legal language, but, and yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can provide any additional details. Still going to plant the required street trees. We're going to attempt to move some of the trees that have already been planted out there that we just planted. They may be movable. If not, we're going to plant new ones. So we're going to continue to maintain the same number of trees and all the trees that are required by planning in the PUD. So,
thank you. I'm going to ask a clarifying question just for staff. If we were to approve this petition without the waiver tonight, since this is preliminary plat approval, you would be able to make changes before secondary plat approval. Is that correct?
Yes, so there would not be any changes that would affect the plat unless there's an additional easement that needs to be secured. For instance, if a sidewalk is shown on the private property, that would be the only implication for this for the plat.
Okay, nothing would change on the plat itself, but there would be changes to the site plan essentially to accommodate.
Like I said, the only change would be an additional easement, or the pedestrian access easement that would run along the front of those property lines if the sidewalk is pushed into the private property and is not able to be contained within the right-of-way. There's at least 3 different options here for solutions, but nothing has to change on the primary plat as a result of denying the waiver.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Stossberg.
I have a question. I think there's still the outstanding question of the fact that we don't have any documentation in this packet that says that CBU has passed off on their drainage plan, and that was a requirement by the primary plat. And I find that if this was a private petitioner, we would not be trusting right now that they have that signed off on. And I am entirely sick of this petition getting special treatment simply because they are an arm of the city and not a petitioner like any other. And this is like, we're 8 months into this right now. And I'm honestly not interested in continuing to give them special treatment. We should have had that information from CBU in our packet that documented that they signed off on the drainage and the stormwater plan.
Any other questions, comments? Yes.
I don't care about the semantics of this. I'm not worried about CBU. We need housing. This whole process has been micromanaged and taken way too long. We have a great plan before us. I'm not in favor of the waiver simply because I like the street cross section the way it is. We tear out too much infrastructure already to rebuild things. And I think we need to approve this and get this thing moving because we need housing more than we need anything else.
I would like to, on behalf of the RDC, withdraw the request for waiver. The whole point of this entire PUD is to try and show how we can build housing more easily and more cost effective. So let's not lose sight of that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I want to clarify, there are 2 waivers on our agenda. One is for the subdivision standards regarding tree plat width, and the other waiver is from a required second hearing. I just want to clarify what we're asking. This is the waiver from the subdivision standards regarding tree plat that you're withdrawing?
So the waiver from the required hearing is directly related to the fact that there is a waiver request. So with the waiver request being withdrawn, this no longer requires 2 hearings.
Okay. Okay, so.
All right, so the, just as a reminder, we, the staff recommendation in the packet was that we adopt the proposed findings and approve the waiver request with 5 listed conditions. Now that that waiver request has been withdrawn, I think it's safe to say the staff recommendation would be that we adopt the proposed findings and approve the preliminary plat with those same conditions?
Yes, and so just for the Plan Commission's information, there are 2 very specific conditions in there that deal with CBU approval. Condition number 2, final acceptance and approval from CBU is required prior to the issuance of any permits. This is standard language that we have on every single petition. And then condition number 3, prior to approval of the secondary plat, petitioner will show all easements and notes required by CBU for utility service connections. So both of those conditions were something that we had coordinated with CBU to make sure that their concerns were addressed. I have an email from Phil Peden, Assistant Director, from August 6th of this week stating that he has given his approval for this. I have an email from Catherine, the Director, from noon, I think today, again, also reiterating her acceptance and approval of this moving forward. So we have communicated with CBU. We've been in heavy communication with them, and so they are aware of everything here and have given their blessing for this to move forward and have not given any reservations about this project being able to meet their requirements.
All right. Any other questions, comments? We ready for a motion? I will move myself. I'll make the motion. I move that we adopt the proposed findings and approve the preliminary plat with the 5 conditions that are listed in the packet.
Second.
Any final discussion before we call the roll? All right. Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to approve.
Seaborn,
Yes.
Korodke,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Stossberg,
No.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. We are now on to our second petition of the evening, ZO 2026-06-0006. And again, we have Eric Grulich to present.
Thank you. So this is the second hearing for this particular amendment. This was heard at the Plan Commission meeting last month as part of fulfilling a requirement for a resolution that was passed by the Common Council, directing the Plan Commission to look at several aspects for changes within the UDO. And so this was heard last month and briefly presented and requested to be continued to the required second hearing, which this is. So the Plan Commission was directed in this resolution to prepare changes to the UDO consistent with that resolution and hear that petition within 60 days. And then they had, which happened last month, and then the Plan Commission has 60 days to vote on these changes within the resolution to forward that on to the Common Council. So briefly, the resolution looked to address several issues within the Unified Development Ordinance, and I'll just briefly step through each of those particular sections. So Section 1 of the resolution directs the Plan Commission to prepare a proposal to amend the text of the UDO to reduce minimum lot widths and minimum lot areas within the single-family zoning districts. Also to reduce minimum lot widths and minimum lot areas in other zones. Section 2 of the resolution directed further changes for the Plan Commission to consider further changes to reduce setback requirements, to look at making lot subdivision and small-scale development more feasible. As part of this, we were also directed to look at impervious surface coverage maximums, lot frontage requirements, and subdivision standards. Section 3 of the resolution directed the Plan Commission to bring forward a new requirement for projects seeking to be eligible for the sustainable development incentives, that they would be required to use either electricity or other on-site renewable energy sources for all significant energy needs. And then Section 4 looked to establish a new qualifying standards for PUD that required PUDs coming forward to utilize those sustainable development incentives in their entirety. And then Section 5 of the resolution looked to address or eliminate minimum parking requirements. So real briefly, and just to kind of forward or do a slight preface with this, as well as the next series of UDO amendments that we'll be discussing after this tonight. These do also serve to address public hearings that are required as part of a House bill that was passed earlier this year that directs communities to look at changes within their Unified Development Ordinance or zoning codes to address housing attainability, to have a hearing on what changes are necessary in specifically accessory dwelling units, duplexes, minimum lot area, lot width, a wide range of things. So this hearing that we are having tonight to address this resolution does also meet that requirement. There's also a reporting requirement that is required at the end of the year to kind of summarize those changes, as well as to address building permits and new lots, and several other reporting aspects. So this hearing that we're having tonight does serve to address that, so I want to make sure that the Planning Commission is aware of that. So going back to the items of the resolution, as I mentioned, it specifically looked to address minimum lot widths, minimum lot area, setbacks, and all of the things that deal with housing, creation of lots, and development on lots as a whole. So we looked at several standards within the UDO that relate to this. So minimum lot area, minimum lot width, setbacks. So what we are looking at proposing, and certainly this is what we are bringing to the Planning Commission so they can, you can adjust these as you need, is reducing the minimum lot area kind of across the board in all of the zoning districts. So in the R1 district, we would be proposing to go from a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet to 7,200. In the R2 districts, we would go from 7,200 to 5,000. In the R3 and R4 zoning districts, we would go from 5,000 and 4,000 square feet respectively to a minimum lot size of 2,500 square feet. And then in the multifamily districts, RM and RH, we would go from a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet to no minimum lot size. The lot width in the districts would also kind of go down substantially. The R1 would go from 100-foot minimum lot width to 50 feet. The R2 would go from a minimum lot width of 60 feet to 40. And then the R3 and R4 districts would go from a 50 and 35-foot minimum lot width to a 30-foot minimum lot width. And then there would be no minimum lot width requirement in the multifamily districts. So kind of extending some of these changes. We would also look to change the front build-to range in some of these areas, or front building setback, to establish a build-to range of 5 to 15 feet. That gives obviously a narrower depth that somebody can accomplish on a property, giving more developable area on a site, as well as giving more flexibility in terms of porches and incorporation of other units along the front. Side yard setbacks, we would be reducing or eliminating the additional side yard setback that is required for second stories, and just have a base side yard setback across the board regardless of the number of stories. So in the R1, it would be 8-foot side yard setback. The R2 would be going to 6 feet. The R3 would stay at 4 feet, but would, like I said, would not have any additional setback for the second story. And then the R4 district would go down to 0 foot. The RM and the RH we would be proposing to stay the same. The rear yard setback in the R3 and R4 would go down to 15 feet. And then so to kind of further this goal of these changes to increase the likelihood, the potential for developability, we would be adjusting the impervious surface coverage on these lots as well. So in the R2 district, the impervious surface coverage would go from 40% to 60% allowance. In the R3, we're proposing to go from a 45% to a 70%. In the R4, it would be going, in the RM as well, we would be going from 50 and 60 to 80%. And the RH, we'd be going from 65 to 75%, and then adjusting the minimum landscape area numbers accordingly. So in the resolution, it directs us to look at two somewhat recent PUDs in terms of lot size and lot width to sort of look at and replicate. One of those is a PUD that's down on kind of the southwest side of town on the corner of Morton Dodds. So this PUD established lots that were 28 feet wide with a lot size of approximately 3,900 square feet. And then the other PUD was what is known as the Dunn Street PUD, and has a lot width within there of approximately 40 feet with lot sizes of about 4,500 square feet. One important thing to also kind of look at with the Dunn Street PUD is it did allow for also these half lots that were created or allowed to be created on the corners. So these half lots were about 40 feet wide and about 2,300 square feet. So when we were proposing or are proposing the minimum lot sizes of about 2,500 square feet, that was somewhat based on this example that you see And again, this example of these kind of half lots is something that we see somewhat common within the community, where you have lots that have been divided, obviously historically very long in the past, before subdivision restrictions had minimum lot size and lot widths. But you see these along fronts where you have these half lots that have been developed with houses. So when we were looking at our impervious surface coverage and side yard setbacks and other things, this is the kind of housing that we were looking to try to allow for. So you'll see lots of examples as you scroll through areas within the community where you've got these half lots that are located along streets and corners. So allowing for this type of lot creation and this sort of lot size would not be out of character with a lot of our established areas, and the lot sizes were consistent with what we were proposing and what we based it on. So, just to kind of give you an example of what we would be looking to allow by right, this would be the example of what we're trying to accomplish. So one of the other key components to the changes and the lot establishment standards has been a long-standing provision within the Unified Development Ordinance that all lots have to have frontage on a public street, and more specifically, that frontage has to meet the minimum lot width requirement of that district. So those two aspects create a lot of challenges with creating new lots within the city itself. So as we worked through this particular change, one of the biggest challenges was making sure that we are creating lots that can be seen and accessed by emergency services. So we worked very closely with the fire department and their regulations to ensure that we were allowing lots to be created that could be served by public services, by emergency service facilities. So we are proposing to include new language that allows for lots to be created that don't meet the typical minimum lot width frontage. So these would be the language is written to allow for lots to be created on existing lots of record that are less than 150 foot deep. So the 150-foot number is significant because from fire department regulations, that's kind of the length of hoses from where a parked truck is. So that's why that number is very significant and is used in two places here in this language to talk about these restrictions. So this would allow for lots to be created on lots that are less than 150 foot deep, provided that they provide a 6-foot no-build easement from the lot to the street in order to give fire department access to that new lot. There is a note that would be placed on the plat that no part of any structure built on the new lot would be more than 150 feet from the street or as approved by the fire department, and that the new lot shall not be wider than 6 feet along that frontage, and that only one lot can be accessed or created from this new provision. There's a second portion that we are proposing, and this is a little bit more challenging in terms of it would allow for, again, a lot to be created that doesn't have frontage on a street, but would require a 20-foot access easement with a fire access road to get to that back lot. So, this is something that probably due to that requirement wouldn't be utilized too much, but there are situations where it could, and so we were trying to build in as many allowances as possible. So I've tried to draw here on the screen just an example of what this might look like. So one of the other aspects of the subdivision code that we are removing is a required 4-to-1 depth ratio to allow for these flag lots. So this would allow for a lot to be created in the back. As I mentioned, it would have a 6-foot no-build easement, and then you would have a new lot created in the back that somebody could subdivide and build a new house on. So this is the scenario that we were writing to try to accomplish. We certainly went through a lot of different scenarios as we were trying to work on this language, and again, making sure that the lots could be served by fire department and emergency access vehicles was very important. So the third section of the resolution talks about sustainable development incentives and adding a requirement that buildings utilizing the sustainable development incentives must be accessed or use electricity for all significant energy needs, and then a second directive related to that to add this qualifying standard for PUDs. So we did write language that was consistent with what that resolution specifically directed us to do. However, you also find in your packet a memo from the legal department advising that this would be non-compliant with an Indiana code that prohibits regulations that specifically deal with energy sources and restricting them to a specific one. So we do have a member of the legal department to speak to that directly, but also there is a memo in the packet addressing that itself. And then Section 5 of the resolution dealt with eliminating minimum parking requirements in all zones. So again, we have made direct changes to the UDO, eliminating parking minimums in all zones throughout the city for all uses. So again, this is consistent with the resolution. Obviously, it is within the Plan Commission's ability to modify this to some degree if they feel necessary, but Plan Commission's ultimate role here is to forward this to the Common Council with either a positive or negative recommendation. So with that, we are recommending that the Plan Commission forward this petition to the Common Council with a positive recommendation, except for Section 3 and then Section 4 that kind of are connected, that those would be forwarded with a negative recommendation for the reasons that I kind of referenced in the legal department's memo. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. I am assuming again that you are representing the petitioner here tonight, but I don't want to make the same mistake twice. Is there anybody else from the petitioner that wanted to speak?
No, I mean, other than my esteemed colleagues of the planning department, and we do have Jeff with the fire department here to answer questions about, any fire code implications, but no, it's
Great.
me.
All right, we'll go to questions then. Any questions from commissioners? We'll start at the end down here.
The topic of removing minimum parking requirements, I noticed that minimum bicycle parking requirements are still left where they were. Because the vehicular conveyance was not specified from the Common Council, it seems that it would be necessary to remove the bicycle parking requirements as well. I feel that does place an undue burden on businesses that have to put bicycle parking there where no bicycles may ever travel.
Yes, the resolution, said eliminate minimum parking requirements. While it certainly did not specifically say vehicular parking requirements, that was our interpretation of it. So you're correct. We did not alter the bicycle parking minimums or anything related to bicycle parking.
But can we strike those? Because the direction was to remove all vehicular minimum parking requirements, and we didn't do that.
Yes, that would certainly be an interpretation. It did not say vehicular or bicycle. It just said eliminate minimum parking requirements in all zones. So
you referred to the section on parking, the 2004-060, and that is specifically covered in that section. And so to live up to the spirit of what we were charged with, it would have to be a removal of the minimum parking requirements across the board for all within that section.
Yes, I could certainly see. So maybe, the recommendation would be to remove vehicular but keep bicycle parking minimums.
I think it all needs to go, but that's my opinion.
Well,
Thank you.
If there's a question, you're certainly welcome to propose an amendment along the way here if that is your prerogative. Does that answer your question, though? Okay, let's keep going.
Very large changes to the UDO, or like reducing the lot sizes sometimes in half, increasing the impervious area, all these setbacks. I can see why I'm not talking about the merits of it, but these are major changes. There's nobody out here, and I'm just wondering, I'm sure the statutory requirement of notice for people in the city was adhered to for this. I'm sure we did what we were supposed to do legally, but was any effort made beyond the statutory minimum to notify the public of what we're doing here with this? Because this is major. Like, did we do neighborhood meetings like we did for Hopewell, where there's social media campaign? Did we do anything? We send out flyers? Did we do anything to tell people what's going on? Because it looks to me like nobody knows what we're doing.
Well, so our previous planning director did go through to all of the neighborhood associations. They spent pretty much the majority of last year going to all of the ones within the city, letting them know that we would be bringing forward changes to the UDO, trying to gauge reaction and comments and concerns. So we notify, as part of that, like I said, he went to all of the neighborhood associations. We did not have any specific programs at the library or town halls here to say, hey, these are changes that are coming forward. These were noticed in the paper. But, beyond that, these public notifications and obviously the city council resolution was also publicly noticed and it was a public meeting. That resolution has been discussed several times. So it's certainly been in the public eye that there's been a desire for us to change the UDO, and certainly in this case, there was a specific resolution ordering us to.
I understand that. So the public meeting, that's good that they went around and did talk to the neighborhood associations. Was the substance of what the changes were going to be included? Or was it just, we're going to make changes to the UDO? What are your ideas? Like, those are
we didn't really have an idea at that time, and obviously I was not all of those meetings or at any of those meetings to know, what was kind of said or brought back. Most of it was, and I'm just paraphrasing because I was not there. The gist of it, like I said, was, we will be bringing forward changes, could involve, and we weren't sure. Could have been use table changes, could have been dimensional standards like what you're looking at tonight. So I know that we at least prefaced it with neighborhood associations.
Okay. Second one, just to make sure I understand, and I think you answered it. You may have done it in your initial opening statement there, but is it correct that, so these requirements, if you own a plot of land, you could by right subdivide it into two, and as long as the two new plots adhered to the new standards, you essentially could do it by right. You're not asking for a waiver, you have to come and go through the process, but there's no permission, no chance to deny it. It would be by right.
So it would be subject to the regular subdivision process. So obviously somebody would need to send public notification requirements to anybody, all adjacent property owners, post a sign, and go to a plat committee meeting or plan commission meeting for any subdivision request. So there is a public notification and public approval process. I'll just say, the changes that we are proposing, let's put the impervious surface coverage and side yard setback standards the same, and the subdivision standards, looking at those, the subdivision creation standards that we're looking at were written to try to accomplish this. Unfortunately, I think it'll be very difficult oftentimes for those situations to be fully realized, given where existing houses might be on lots and having available backyard. Certainly, we want to see these utilized, and we're hoping that there are situations, but I'm not sure that we're going to see a widespread incorporation of those, just given the built-out environment. The reduction in minimum lot width and lot area requirements will probably be more fully realized with vacant lots that are larger, or situations where somebody has a really large yard and they're able to now sell off a portion of that yard. And get one house in a neighborhood, or maybe two, or something like that. But we're again trying to move the needle a little bit, make it easier, reduce some of the burdens, some of the barriers to people achieving new housing within the community, whether it's adding onto their house, subdividing a portion of their backyard for an ADU. We're just trying to enable that a little bit more. But just to be honest, I'm not sure that we'll see widespread changes as a result of this. It'll be an incremental change here and there as situations can kind of allow.
And I thank you for all that. I was just wanting to make sure I understood it right. The answer is yes, right? They could do it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Standard subdivision, do we have minor subdivision capability anymore? Or is that gone? All the subdivisions are the same. 2 lot to 20 lot, it's the same, right?
Yes, all subdivisions, whether it's 2 lot or 20, have to have a public hearing.
Okay. I love these changes, but I think we left some things out. With these changes, you left out MM and MN zones, which are kind of the fringe zones around our core neighborhoods. Like in my neighborhood, we're all R3, and right now the core neighborhood can be more dense than MM or MN. And I would think that the MM, MN should reflect the R3 changes because it is should be more dense, it's on higher trafficked streets. And I'd request, I'm gonna probably make a motion at the end to add that to this process.
Yeah, absolutely. The
I
Planning
think it really
Commission
needs to happen
is
now. This is,
certainly,
yeah.
Able to propose amendments and add additional ones. We did not really dip into the mixed-use districts because that wasn't really the area where we had encountered any challenges in terms of development of, people like, hey, my impervious surface coverage or my setbacks are what's limiting me.
I don't know, I brought one to you and I got shut down, so that's why I'm bringing it up for a client I had. But anyway, I think it's something we need to address with these changes because they are the fringe, they're what's wrapped these neighborhoods. They front these heavier trafficked streets and probably should be more dense than the neighborhood itself, just in my opinion. Is this where you're doing a tree canopy coverage chain in R3 and R4? Is this one? I get confused with which request.
Yes, there is a change in here that states that in the
It's R3 and R4.
R4 lots less than 5,000, existing lots of record less than 5,000
Yeah,
square
and my
feet.
request would be to change that to 6,000. I did some research, and the 5,000 really restricts most of those lots. A lot of those lots are like 5,600 feet. So that's where I'm going to make a comment on the size of the lot to change it from 5,000 to 6,000. I'm just going to say that out loud.
Yeah, again, certainly any Planning Commission member can amend
Yeah,
any of these suggestions.
people can comment. That's why I'm bringing it up now. I'm going to make that request.
Let's try to keep it to questions for now, but you can make a motion.
I'm
later.
trying. I'm working on how I pose my question. Working on it. Can I change that anyway?
Yes.
With regard to the lot depth, I had this discussion in our meeting. The 150-foot rule, I understand the rule. I just don't like it tied to the lot depth. You have said, I believe in your, what'd you say? No building can be built past 150 feet, right?
Yes, so the language in here is that no part of any structure built on the new lot can be more than 150 feet from the street or as approved in writing by the City of Bloomington Fire Department.
Right, but that starts with the lot has to be 150 feet or less. You do a lot depth restriction, and then you do a building site restriction. And my question is, why do we have to have the lot depth restriction if we have the building depth restriction?
Yep, so it was looked at, obviously, what's the maximum distance that something can be from the road? So the 150 foot was a good,
Right.
That was.
I agree.
And as, I remember the comment from the Planning Commission lunch session.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did take a lot of time to look around, and it's certainly very rare to find any lots within our core neighborhoods or older neighborhoods that are deeper than 150 foot. So again, we were trying to work with the fire department's restrictions and concerns, and so the 150 foot would capture, that's just from front to back, that's the maximum that it would be. But then we also added the section here that talks about, the lot or where the house is built can't be, any portion of that can't be more than 150 foot. We can certainly ask the fire department if they have.
So I think that meets, that's what I'm saying. That feels like that meets the requirement. And so if you go out there, are you going to ask for a survey, right? What to do? If we're going to do a 2 lot, so we have to do a survey, right?
Yes.
And if that lot's 150.1 feet, they can't do it.
Yeah, so if the lot is more than 150 foot deep, then they would not be subject to it. Yes.
They wouldn't be allowed to meet, they wouldn't be allowed to do this.
So let's say the lot was 130 foot deep. Yes. So
Let's say it's
if the lot's 151
150.1
feet deep.
It's 151 feet deep, then this is out the window. You can't do,
Yes.
you have to go to number 2 and you have to have a 20-foot side yard, right?
Yes, yes.
Which, of course, most of these lots are 40 feet wide and the house is in the middle of it. So so in order for the first one to work, my question is, why do we keep tying it to lot depth if we're restricting the building 150 feet? And if we're going to restrict 150, let's do it 155 just in case somebody's 150-foot lot actually surveys out to 151.2.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. I don't think there'd be immediate problem. I'd want to.
It just seems so hard. It seems like a hard.
Department if they had any concerns with removing the 150-foot depth.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from them. That'd be great. Yeah.
Marshall, City of Bloomington. So the 150-foot wouldn't necessarily need to the lot line, in our opinion. It's that structure. It's basically the hose has got it's all about the fire hose and where the truck parks. So we have to get to all portions of that building within 150 feet.
Yeah.
So if that's what the code says. So if that is the build rule that you're saying, then it wouldn't necessarily have to be tied to that depth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
No questions to my left. Mr. Strasburg.
I want to go down the road of this electrification and that legal advice that was given by city legal. And part of the reason why I want to do this is that I've gotten varying advice over the last couple of years about incentives and what can be in incentives and what cannot be in incentives, because incentives are by their nature optional. We're not forcing anybody to do an incentive. So first of all, the legal opinion states it only talks about the PUD section, which is really section 4, not section 3. So I guess I'm interested in an opinion from city legal, and I've been talking to council legal about this today as well, and I don't know if he's allowed to speak right now in this in any way, about simply the electrification part on section 3, not the PUD part, because the sustainable development incentive is an incentive. We're not forcing anybody to do it. So how does that violate state law if we're not forcing anybody to do it and they're opting in?
Thank you. Dana Kerr from Legal. It again is an ordinance that is regulating energy source, regulating utilities based on energy source. So it is still an ordinance, whether it appears in the PUD section or in the incentive section. It is still a requirement. In order to receive certain benefits, you have to forego certain energy sources. So therefore, it is a regulating energy source.
Well, correct, but correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of affordability and affordability incentives and in terms of state law, we also are not allowed to require that developers build a certain amount of affordable housing when they build. But if they take advantage of affordability incentives, then we can require that. So why doesn't this apply in the same way?
That is a question that I was hoping not to get. My opinion is that the affordability requirement is not allowed either by state law. That it was, I've been with the city for a little over a year. That determination when it came to affordability was made before I was here, and I did not look into that. But having looked into this situation, I have now looked at the affordability statute as well, and the affordability statute does not allow any exceptions based on whether it is mandatory or whether it is something that you can choose to do as part of an incentive. It simply says that you cannot have an ordinance that regulates, that requires a private property owner to have affordable housing based on someone's income. So the same thing would apply to the affordability provisions of the UDO. So the electrification portions that you see before you tonight would not be allowed per state law, and the affordability provisions that are in the UDO, looking at them fresh, would not be allowed either. Previous interpretations by the legal department, I cannot comment on that.
Do you have any case law that you want to cite that defends your position? Because right now, your position on this differs from every other attorney that I have encountered over the last 3 years, and I made significant modifications to the affordability incentives last year, and several attorneys looked at that, including two, I believe, of our former council attorneys and our current council attorney, and more than one city legal attorney. So is there any case law that actually defends your opinion, or is it just your opinion right now?
There is no case law on the subject defending either side. Also, if I look through numerous other city ordinances regarding affordability, and none of them regulate in the way that regulate affordability and require the things that the city of Bloomington does. Therefore, to me, that substantiates the fact that they don't, because it's not permissible by state law.
So simply because other UDOs and other towns don't have incentives like this, you conclude that it must be against state law?
No, I conclude it's against state law, and I state that because others aren't doing it as well, to me supports the fact that it is against state law, or I would think that others would be doing it if they wanted to address affordability the way that the city of Bloomington does.
But there's no actual case law
There's no
around
case law,
this.
one way or the other. There's no case law that supports that it can be done if it's discretionary and not mandatory. There's no state law that says that. The state law says you cannot have an ordinance that regulates the affordability component, requiring affordability component of private property owners. There is a state law that says you cannot regulate what utilities are available based on energy source. Those are two state laws that are in place that are very straightforward.
So an ordinance may not require anybody do this. Where in the UDO is it required that a developer take advantage of sustainability incentives or affordability incentives?
For instance, to have the incentive, you are required to do it.
Can somebody build something without the incentive?
You can choose to do it without the incentive, but to have the incentive, you are required to do it, and the UDO and ordinance is requiring you to do it. And it is an ordinance regulating energy source by requiring to do it, even if it's something you're accepting to do to receive that benefit. There's no way to receive that benefit without being required to do it.
But the benefit is still a benefit and an option that people don't have to use. And they can still develop a piece of property without having to use an incentive.
I understand that, but as I state, the statute does not make any allowance for it, saying that it is okay as long as it's discretionary, as long as the petitioner would choose to do it, it is fine. Nothing states that. It just says an ordinance cannot regulating it, and an ordinance that says we will give you an incentive if you do it is regulating it.
I find it interesting that this is the sole legal conclusion that goes against all other legal conclusions of the city. Having said that, I also don't necessarily think that the text as it is written in our ordinance actually does follow the resolution from Councilmember Flaherty, which says that it must only include buildings that use either electricity or on-site renewable sources, as opposed to what the proposed language says is that, I'm gonna have to find it on my other screen now. The proposed language says that it shall only be served by electricity, and that's not actually what the resolution says. The resolution says it must only include buildings. It doesn't necessarily preclude the idea of being served buy things. So if in the original design, it included everything being served by electricity or on-site renewables, it doesn't, in terms of the text, I think, of Councilmember Flaherty's resolution, doesn't mean that 5 or 10 years down the road, an individual building owner might say, well, I want to pay to get gas line installed in all of my things, because the building would have already been set up to be, to utilize electric. And so those are the, I mean, if we're talking about wordplay here, which I think that we are, I guess I'm proposing a slight amendment to the text, or I will when we have that option. But I definitely am not sure that all attorneys would agree with this legal position, and there's no case law on it, and that it goes against what we've been doing in a way that is interesting.
Any other questions on my left? All right. Last call for questions before we go to public comment here. All right, we'll now go to public comment on ZO 2026-06-0006. If you're here in the chamber, step right up to the podium, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. If you're on the Zoom call, just hit that reactions button and raise your virtual hand, and we'll recognize you when it is your turn to speak.
Thank you, Larry Allen, interim council attorney. And just so you know, I'm speaking of the public out of deference. If the president, if you all have any questions for me afterwards and the president would like to recognize me, you're certainly able to do that under your rules. Just to pick up on the point that was just discussed, I do have a different reading on this than my colleague, Dana Kerr. One, the statute doesn't just say any regulation based on fuel source. It actually says a regulation that prohibits or would have the effect of prohibiting. And so that's a key part of this language. These have to be read together. They cannot be separated out. And when we're talking about an incentive program, if a development is possible without using that incentive program, then it cannot, by definition, prohibit based on the use of natural gas or any other utility. So I think I agree with Councilmember Stossberg and Commissioner Stossberg in this case that the wording should be changed, because right now the wording focuses on the delivery mechanism, and it looked like the intent was based on design to allow for designs who want to take part in the sustainability incentive program to create a design that has the ability to utilize all electric and renewable design, energy designs in that area. It does not necessarily preclude a developer, again, from installing natural gas infrastructure that runs up the street, that runs to each property or anything like that. And it does not obviously preclude any customer from getting natural gas or from the natural gas provider from providing that natural gas to the customer, even if it was initially designed with an all-electric design. Just really quickly, and this is tangential, so I do apologize. In terms of affordable housing, because I do think these are linked, the statute for affordable housing that we're discussing here, just to be helpful, is Indiana Code 36.1, 24.2. That's the chapter. Generally, there is a restriction generally on affordable housing and for municipalities creating that affordable housing. However, Section 4 does explicitly state this chapter does not impair the right of an owner to voluntarily agree to a requirement that would have the effect of regulating affordable housing and requiring it of this chapter in exchange for incentives or grants provided by the county or municipality to the owner of the privately owned real property. It's explicitly in the statute. You don't need additional case law. And I think that that's consistent with the reading that we have based on the natural gas. I understand we have a different reading, and I respect my colleague a lot, but I just want to present that to you as a piece of information.
Thank you. When we come back.
We do have two members of the public online after we hear from the member in the public.
Thanks.
Hey, good evening, Commission. This is Chris Hermsey from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I am not a lawyer and will not be speaking any legalese tonight. Good to see Mr. Smith back on the Commission as well. There's a lot to support here. This is a strong ordinance. It reduces the minimum lot sizes, creates some flexibility for infill, eliminates minimum parking requirements, removes several dimensional requirements. Together, this is a meaningful package that I think some of the amendments that Mr. Bishop, Mr. Smith have, or Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Bishop put through would make it even stronger. And, you know, it makes buildable lots. There's not a parking minimum. It lets the market decide, and I think we could do that with bicycles as well. We understand the sustainability incentive provision. The incentive is the key word there. And if a developer opts in, as we have now, sustainability development incentive, it's fair to ask for something in return, including the all-electric requirement. But we really caution that Section 4, I don't know the legal means about it, but I will tell you it's just not good policy. The sustainability development compliance for qualifying PUDs does not belong in something that's supposed to just work incrementally on increasing housing supply. I think it kind of goes against that. A PUD is just not a sustainability incentive. It's a tool for projects that don't conventionally meet the current UDO with site constraints, housing types, and some other things. Layering a new mandatory requirement onto that tool could cut against the flexibility that we're trying to create in this ordinance. So this isn't about abandoning sustainability goals. It just doesn't belong particularly here. It's about making sure we balance those goals with increasing housing supply, improving affordability, encouraging sustainability development, and maintaining the flexibility for some good projects. So this is a strong package, and I appreciate the work staff has done to this, council, and sort of pushing it forward. We're simply asking the commission to preserve the flexibility that makes PUDs useful and make sure that the sustainability requirement doesn't inadvertently work against what we're trying to do. Affordability and housing goals in this ordinance is otherwise advancing. I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Zach Amerman, you should be able to speak.
Yes, hi. So Zach Amerman again, Bloomington resident. First of all, I'm in favor of the vast majority of this. I think it's fantastic, particularly eliminating car parking minimums, to be clear, not bike parking minimums, car parking minimums. I'm very in favor of that. Reducing lot sizes, loosening setback requirements, I think all those are long overdue and things that we should absolutely adopt. I actually live on one of the example streets you gave of one of the of some existing smaller lot sizes, South Dunn Street, which is one of the best streets in Bloomington, I might add. So I encourage you to come visit. It's a very cute street. So it shows you that you can do a really well done street with smaller lot sizes, and I think it's perfectly possible. So I'm in favor of all of that. One thing though I don't really like, and that is the tree protection elimination for the smallest lot sizes. Basically, as far as I understand it, reading it, you're basically proposing eliminating all tree protections across the board for the smallest lots. I'm very against that. I think there is already an exception for small parcels that allows some little bit more flexibility for tree protections that is already in the code. I don't think you need to further weaken the tree protections by completely eliminating all tree protections on the smallest lots. I'm a member of the Commission on Sustainability. I've been working on a tree resolution that's going to be coming in the fall at some point. So I've been doing quite a bit of research looking at what other peer cities have in terms of tree protections. And Bloomington, actually, I found has pretty weak laws. We have no protection for heritage trees at all. We mention them in the code, but there is no protection anywhere. For heritage trees or the largest or oldest trees, there's no protection really at all for them. So we're already taking what I think are relatively weak tree protections and proposing completely eliminating them for the smallest lot sizes. I understand the rationale behind that, but I nonetheless urge you to oppose that portion. The rest of it I'm very, very strongly in favor of, but that portion I'm opposed to because I think you're basically introducing the sort of death by 1,000 cuts to the tree canopy that we've been seeing. We've lost, I think, 2 to 5% of it, depends on who you ask, but 2 to 5% of our tree canopy over the past 25 years. That's only going to increase if we keep loosening our already, I think, fairly weak tree protections. So I urge you to reject that part. The rest of it I think is great, and I think is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Huber, you should be able to speak.
Hi, thanks. I'm in favor of this. Thank you for walking through this and all the work that's gone into it. I'm a local resident, grew up here and left 10 years ago and came back during COVID, and about to have my first baby. And we want to build a granny flat next door. And we've actually spoken with the owner who owns next door, but with the current laws, we're not able to subdivide that lot. The owner would like to sell it to us. We'd like to build back there, but we'd have to buy the whole lot, and we really just want 4,000 to 5,000 square feet in the backyard. And so something like this that would allow us to build a granny flat and have my mother-in-law live next door would be amazing. And I think in general, the density and the infilling was a wonderful thing that I see a lot of other cities doing. So I just want to throw my hat in the ring here and say I'm in favor of this, and thanks for all the work you guys put into it.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
If there is anybody else online, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you.
Last call for public comment. All right, we are back to the commission then for any additional questions, comments, motions.
Excuse myself at this point in the meeting, so thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Kinsey.
I have a question about the tree preservation requirements that the commenter just made. And I wonder if, Eric, you could talk through the staff response on section 2 where that's mentioned.
Are you referring to our proposed language?
Yes. Department is proposing the following changes in response to this section. Add an exemption from tree preservation requirements.
Yes, so the thought behind that was on the smaller lots, these lots that are 5,000 square feet, oftentimes, just existing tree canopy coverage is going to completely infringe on the buildability of that lot. With it being so small and just the tree coverage realities, that feels like you would be forcing somebody in a variance situation in all of those situations. So we propose to grant by right, relief from that with that language. Certainly, this is just a recommendation. The Planning Commission members can vote to remove that or modify that if they feel that something is appropriate.
Yeah, maybe you can help me see, too, where that appears in any of the presentation that you did earlier, where you're looking at the sections.
Okay, yeah. Give me a second, and I can.
Yeah, I see it in the text, but I would like to be able to see it in.
Sure. If you want to give me a minute, come back. That'd be great.
Okay.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Any other questions? You can do that now.
I have a question about making a motion. Can we break this up? I was thinking about making a motion on 1, 2, 4, and 5, leaving 3 out because there's a very interesting discussion going on with that. And then I was going to make the motion with what I want to see changed. And if somebody wanted a second vote on a friendly amendment, because I think he wants to talk about bicycle parking down here, can I structure it that way? Is that allowed? How do we process? What's the process for this?
Yeah, give me just a second. I mean, I think.
Because they've kind of lumped it all, positive recommendation for all 5.
Well, what we're actually considering here is the whole package of amendments. So what you would, I think the appropriate motion would be to
make the motion
to amend. I mean, you could make a motion that we approve
this
with certain exceptions, but I think it would probably be a little cleaner if you just move to amend to remove the sections you want to remove, because it sounds like there's going to be some other.
Well, let me make a motion, and then we'll see if there's a second first. And then if there is, then there'll probably be a friendly amendment, right? I assume I'm going to get something thrown at me. Is that how you do that? If somebody wants to modify the amendment, how does it work?
Well, there's a couple ways you can go about it, right? But I think the first thing is we got to get a motion on the table. So I think the appropriate thing would be move approval with the changes that you want to make.
Okay.
And then someone else could offer an amendment to your motion to modify that further.
Okay. I'll recommend we forward this petition to Common Council with a positive recommendation, except for Section 3 regarding incorporation of electrification. The department recommends that this proposed language be forwarded with a negative recommendation with the following changes. In Section 1 and 2, I want to add MN and MM districts with the same changes reflected in the R3 zone. I want to remove the lot depth language, the less than 150 feet, but clean up the language, of course, but the 150 building depth has to stay. And for the tree canopy R3, R4, I think we should modify that to 6,000 feet instead of 5. I recommend we modify from 5,000 feet to 6,000 feet. That's my motion.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second. So when you say when you're referring to these sections,
well,
okay?
We have section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right, but those
and they broke them out.
Those sections are really just in the description of.
I was just trying to make it clear.
Yeah, I think to be clear, we need to specifically reference
oh, geez.
the changes that you want to remove, unless staff feels.
Yeah, I don't know that I necessarily reference this section as a resolution, but just the development standards themselves that a commission member might be wishing to change.
Yeah, okay. So can you?
Okay, to clarify, for MM and MN districts, I want to reflect R3 for the front build-to range. I don't know, front building facade. I don't know what all these all are. Side, impervious surface coverage, landscape area, and I guess the front building facade at build-to range, because you've changed it. That's what you've changed. And then rear, because you changed that too. So I'm gonna try this again. So now that I see how to do this, okay. The motion is to add MN and MN districts, MM and MN districts with the same changes for R3 zone as follows. The lot area, the lot width, the front build-to range, the front building facade build-to range, the side, the rear, the impervious surface coverage, and the landscape area minimum. Is that specific enough?
Just to be clear, you're referring to
the standards.
The table.
The table
on,
standards.
I don't have the actual.
Page
section.
105 is that dimensional standards table, and the tree preservation standards on page 118.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I was looking for.
So for regarding tree preservation standards for R3 and R4, modifying language from 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. If I need to get more specific on the 150-foot lot depth.
Yes.
It's page 228. I believe it's C3.
And you're just proposing that we do not adopt that section 3.
No, be accessed from an existing lot of record with a 6-foot no-build easement from the new lot.
So
I just removed
you're
the
just
less than 150
striking
feet deep.
that, you're just striking the words, that is less than 150 feet deep.
Basically, yes.
Okay.
All other rules apply to meet the fire department requirement of 150 feet for the structure.
Okay. Does staff understand the motion?
I'm sorry, will you, the MM and MN?
Yes.
Be clear on you are changing which particular development standards specifically?
The same ones that you changed for R3. I'll
So
read them
side
again.
yard setbacks, minimum lot area, minimum lot width, and impervious surface coverage?
Hi, sorry, Assistant Director Scanlon.
Front build to,
Yeah.
front building facade,
He's
side,
got-
rear, impervious surface, landscape area, well, no, impervious surface area, I guess.
Yeah, he said lot area, width, front build to range, front facade build to range, side, rear, impervious, and landscaped area minimums. And then you're saying in the tree canopy section, changing the lot size from 5,000 to 6,000, is that right? And then in the lot depth language, removing that is less than 150 feet.
Yes.
And then, I'm sorry, in the original motion, moving to send to the Common Council with a positive recommendation, except for Section 3. You were just reading from the motion, right?
I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, were you just reading from the motion at the beginning of your motion?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Your language.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Poorly. Yes.
No, I just didn't have it open, so, thank you.
Um,
So the ones that I mentioned, that's all you had, right, for the modification?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
As a point of information, the actual resolution from council states that the request to reduce minimum lot widths and lot areas in R1, R2, R3, and R4, and that is all. So can we actually have that amendment in terms of the fact that this UDO modification is supposed to be in response to the council resolution?
We can propose.
No, but I can answer your question.
We can propose modifications to the UDO outside of what was.
Section 1 ends with the Plan Commission may also consider and propose to reduce minimum lot widths and minimum lots in other zones. And then Section 2 says impervious surface coverage, maximum lot, all the other things. So you tied it all together.
Okay. Staff's clear on the changes in the motion?
And
Commission?
So this is accepting Section 3 and 4 of the resolution.
Whatever you told us to give negative recommendation on, I agree with for this motion. You're confusing me now, because I read your motion.
I'm saying, so, okay, so I see. But the things that,
You asked us to do a negative recommendation for Section 3.
Yes, based on the language that was presented in the staff report. If the Plan Commission feels there's better wording.
Well, no, we're going to get to that. That's what I'm saying. This is my motion, and now I expect comments on 2 other things.
yeah, let me just clarify, though. The proposed changes in Section 3 were included in the presentation or not?
I included them, yes, but I heard comments that maybe they were not worded correctly in line with what the resolution was expecting, and there might be amendments to that to address legal's challenges and
I mean, I don't know how we can have a single motion that has both a positive and a negative recommendation in the same motion. This is getting a little.
Could we potentially take all of these sections separately in terms of motioning? So instead of, so I guess I'm asking you, Commissioner Smith, if you would withdraw your motion, and there's no second right now anyway, and then start with Section 1, and maybe Section 1 and 2 should go together because they reflect on each other, and then it's like all of the modifications based on Sections 1 and 2, and I also wonder if we should propose amendments first and then make recommendations to include as amended. So then we're voting on amendments first, and then we're voting on the whole the individual section packages. Do you know what I mean?
I would prefer to do individually, that's why, or in sections, groups. That's why I was going to leave out 3 in my first motion, but then I was told I couldn't.
Yeah, so I would love it if you would make a motion that just asks, that motions to amend the changes to include what you want to include with MN and MN. And so then we can discuss and respond to that first.
I'd be happy to.
Yeah, I think
If
the
he lets me.
smaller packages right now that we divide this into, the better. And then if Commissioner Bishop also has amendments, then we can deal with his amendments separately. And I have an amendment about the electrification, and I'm not sure if Commissioner Kinsey has an amendment about the tree coverage. And if we deal with all of those separately, that might be, I know that'll be easier for my brain right now because I can't keep track of all of it.
Brad?
Yeah, this is tricky because the way it's presented, we have to have something to amend. Give me just one second. Do we have a document? I'm looking at the presentation. I need to find the full text. Is that in the staff exhibits? No, I'm looking for the full text of the proposed amendments.
So they could address it.
You mean this? Okay,
I mean, show it on the screen.
sure.
This is just,
This was a tough one.
yeah, this is pretty tricky. Is there anywhere in the packet just a specific, just listing of the proposed amendments, other than what's on the slides? I mean, I know you've got the slides in the presentation that kind of show the changes. Am I missing the document that?
What about staff
That has
report
the-
810 2026?
I have a motion queued up for the one that I want to do. Could that perhaps serve as a model?
I'm sorry?
I said I have a motion queued up for what it is that I want to do with the electrification. Can that perhaps serve as a model?
Well, what I'm trying to get at here is we have to have something to amend. We can't just amend the staff report, right? We're not adopting the staff report here, right? So we have to have some basis for what it is that we're amending, right? And I don't see in the packet just specifically the list of, I see screenshots in the PowerPoint, but maybe I'm just missing the document.
Yeah, so the dimensional standards table here, for instance, what I was just showing is on page 103 of the packet.
Page 103 of
the exhibits. So in staff exhibits, when you open that document, page 103 is that dimensional standards table.
Yeah, okay. I mean, this is,
So, so in the packet and all of the amendments is a red line version of the entirety of the UDO with the changes. Certainly apologize that the entire document is in there, but unfortunately, given how things have to be put together for accessibility and codifier purposes, it has to stay one big document for now.
so yeah, I think the best way to do this and keep this clean would be that we move to forward these changes, maybe one page at a time, and that way you can suggest the changes you want with that page. I think it's going to get really dicey if we try to do one motion and keep amending that. So I think most of what you were just proposing is on this page 103, right?
A lot of it.
motion and allow them to do individual motions?
Allow them to do what? I can't hear you.
Would you then withdraw your motion because that motion is on the table right now?
Well, there hasn't been
I
a second for that
will,
motion yet.
I will
so-
withdraw it, because it hadn't been seconded. I will withdraw it if I understand what we're going to do. I don't understand what we're doing yet.
You would,
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to do is I think what you were originally proposing, which is kind of break this up, right, and kind of consider these changes one at a time. But we can't just consider these changes by referencing the section of the resolution. We have to actually reference what it is
code.
we're amending here. We're amending the UDO, so we need to specifically reference pages in the UDO.
I'll withdraw
that-
my motion.
yeah, so if I may, you
Yeah.
are responding to a city council resolution that had very specific provisions to it. And if you are going to alter that, I think you should respond to the specific provisions. That's because it is a city council resolution. And I'll see if Eric can call them up on the screen so then you could make your changes to those actual sections.
Yes, if we had a mapping of those sections in the resolutions to the specific
We will do our
changes in the
best
UDO,
to do
then I
that.
think we could do it that way.
So can you call up the exhibits? So let's do section 1. So do you have any changes to section 1?
What, the problem is, in the UDO document, it doesn't reference section 1. That's where I struggle with this whole thing.
I'm just using that as a frame of reference. We'll give you the UDO sites that are
We're
in
just going to
section
associate
1.
pages.
Okay. You see what
So,
I'm saying?
We got to get to page 103 or 5,
Find
whatever it
the
is.
You mean the resolution?
I'll ask again, do you want me to use my motion as a sample?
I'm sorry?
Said I'll ask again, would you like me to make my motion as a sample for what it is that we need to do?
Sure, if you, go ahead, if you'd
Great.
like.
Eric, are you listening?
Yes. Let's hear what she does.
I move that we amend the red line text that we were given, section 20.04.111 D2AV.
What page?
And that is on page 216, as it is listed in the packet link that we were given. Electrification, to strike the words "be served by," and instead insert the words "include buildings designed to use either," such that the section 20.04.110 D2AV, and that's a lowercase d and a capital A, would then read, electrification developments shall only include buildings designed to use either electricity or on-site renewable energy sources for all significant energy needs, including for space heating, water heating, and non-commercial cooking. The Plan Commission may consider proposed exceptions for specific uses based on best practices in all electric building codes.
Could you chat me that, and then I can share it on the screen so that everybody at home and on the commission can see that wording?
Huh?
Do you think you'd be able to do that? Just put all the changes line at a time?
For my section, not for hers. So we're going to do multiple motions?
It's even the red line version.
We're going to have to do it right one piece at a time, right? There's no way we do this all at once. Okay.
So if you could just type out in like, in the, are you in the Zoom meeting?
Yeah, I'm in here. I got to go back to 105, though.
No, are you in the Zoom meeting?
No. Do I need to be?
You don't need to be, but that's the only way we're gonna get it up on the screen.
Okay, well, let me get
Or
there.
you could put it in an email to Eric.
I'll try. I got to get back up there. This is going to be impossible.
So on Flavia's page 216, it's not on page 216, which is one of the reasons why we need to actually have actual code citations. So it's 2.04.110, which is the incentive section down in the sustainability incentives. And I find it really, really difficult to read this version of the UDO.
can you, what page are we on in the UDO document?
Page 216.
216.
No, mine is 216. But can't we just refer to?
I don't know what link we're looking at. That's just bizarre.
Do you see any problems with
All right, we're referring here to section,
2.04.110D2A5. Assuming that I read that right, but
V, yeah. 4V, yeah, there's definitely some,
like,
some indentation and numbering oddity
yeah,
in
I
the
mean,
document we're looking at.
that's how it comes up on my computer in terms of the sections, and none of those are indented, which means that it is really difficult for me to determine that, but I think that's right.
All right, is staff clear on what this, the
Yep,
pros?
so Hope Commission Member Stossberg has made a motion to amend the electrification language based on what is on the screen.
Yes. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
All right, are there any questions about this proposed amendment?
So is the intent, if we agree to this, to see what happens legally, since we don't know? Let it
Well-
work it out at city council level?
Well, my intent is, I mean, I had several discussions about it today with council attorney because of the legal advice that we were given in our packet, and one of the things that got brought up was that the way that the language was written is it did not match the language of the resolution or the intent of the resolution in terms of that. And so that is the intent of the amendment. The legal question is potentially still out there.
Okay.
And I think that this is better language in terms of it matching the intent. I think that I'm more prone to go with the historic legal advice that we've gotten from multiple attorneys at this point. And instead of forwarding it with a negative recommendation, we could perhaps forward it with no recommendation, because that is kind of this third option that we have, right, in terms of this section. But I think that either way, this wording is better.
Any other questions? All right, let's call the roll on,
What she's recommending? Are you recommending a no recommendation or a
I'm just recommending a change in the language.
Just the amendment?
Yes.
Just
Yes,
amending
just the
the
change in the
language.
language. That's the
Okay.
only motion on the
Thank
table.
yeah, so then I think what we'll need is after we amend what's been proposed here, we'll need a motion then later to forward it with a positive recommendation or a negative recommendation as amended, right? So, but for right now, we're just considering this first amendment to the proposed amendments. All right.
Can I just do an administrative thing real quick? Somebody in this room bumped the panic button, so everybody be careful, they're under the dais and they're not covered. So if you're moving around, and you guys too, I don't know. They didn't say who it was, but somebody did, so just be careful. Thank you.
We're not panicking yet. Okay, let's call the roll, please.
Holmes? Kinsey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Whistler?
Yes.
Bishop?
Yes.
Burrell?
Yes.
Seaboard?
Yes.
All right, that amendment passes. Want to just pause for a second and call out that we are at 8:46. If we do nothing, we have until 9:30 to wrap up this case. No new cases shall be heard after 9 p.m., which means there's two more on the agenda here tonight. So if we don't suspend the rules, we will be back here.
Are the other two first reading? Aren't they both recommendation for second hearing?
They were both continued from last time, so they have not been heard at all.
I'd move to suspend to allow to be heard so we can move it to a second hearing. Suspend our time so we can hear it, and then we can make a recommendation for a second hearing.
Okay, so
We already bumped it once.
And also to the, being able to go past 9:30 as the second part.
all right, yeah, so if you want to stay here tonight and finish all of this, we're going to need to suspend two rules. We're going to have to suspend the rule to overrule our adjournment time of 9:30, and we're going to have to suspend the rule to allow new case to be heard after 9 p.m. You want to suspend both those rules?
Yes, only because the other two are recommendations for second hearing, and I think we need to get first reading in, and we can just kind of leave it at that.
Yes, we could certainly still take the action to continue those. We don't have to take
Right, we
final
don't have to
action.
get a
on
big
them.
discussion, we can just continue them
Okay.
after we hear staff report.
So your motion is to suspend the rules to allow the meeting to continue past our 9:30 adjournment and to allow new cases to be introduced after 9 p.m.
Yes.
Is there a second for that motion?
These are unanimous. I'm not sad about
I'll second.
Just so you are, Commission Member Strasburg did step away, and this does need a unanimous vote.
How much time before, we have to do this before 9?
We got 12 minutes.
I'll withdraw and let's keep going with what we're doing.
No, she's coming back.
She's back, okay.
All right, so we have a motion on the table to suspend the rules to allow us to continue past 9:30 and to allow additional cases to be introduced after 9 p.m. We need unanimous consent on this if we're going to continue. Let's please call the roll.
Kinsey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Whistler?
Yes.
Bishop?
I'm in.
Burrell?
Yes.
Seaboard?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Were those all yeses? Yes. All right. All right, let's keep going. Okay, so now what we have, one amendment in. Would you like to go back and propose another?
I'm
your specific
proposing amendment
Yeah.
regarding section 1 and 2, but I'll be specific. Regarding table 04-3, mixed-use district dimensional standards, I propose we include MN and MN in these changes regarding lot area, lot width, front build-to range, front, side, rear. These are different. This is messing me up. Impervious surface coverage, landscape area, to reflect the same changes in table 04-2 residential district, specifically regarding R3, to reflect the R3 changes into the MM and MN section of table 04-3.
I think so. I think that was clear. Can you remind us again what page that table's on?
I'm not sure they're the same pages as the
Page 105 and 106.
Thank you.
So I'll just say real quick, from staff's perspective, the MM district and MN kind of as well a little bit. It's a wide range of situations. It is a mixed-use medium scale. We see a lot of commercial development, does allow for buildings that are 4 stories high. So, having a 4-foot setback to a side property line, depending on what you're up against, might be challenging. So I just wanted to point out that. Yeah, so, it sounded like you were proposing to change that to the R3 district standards. And so the R3 district has a 4-foot side yard setback requirement. So a 4-foot side yard setback requirement for a 4-story building that's 50 feet tall might be out of context in some situations.
So the note 6, buildings abutting a property in R1, R2, R3, R4 zoning district shall comply with the standards in section. That doesn't cover that?
I'm sorry, you said that
There's a
again?
note 6, buildings abutting a property in the R1, R2, R3, R4. There's an exception if you're next to that.
Yeah, so that's dealing for the transition. That's assuming it's a different zone, not a different use.
Okay. Well, if it's zoned, it's zoned. So they're calling side yard what? This is impossible.
Point of clarification, Commissioner Smith.
Yeah.
Do you mean, when you mean to add MN, that's Mike November, and MM, Mike, that would only apply to residential structures in that district, not all structures? Apropos of what Mr. Grulich said.
Well, but, I mean, a residential structure, are you talking about, it could be
Well,
an
these are-
apartment building is a residential structure.
Well, addressing what Mr. Grulich said, an MM and an MN might include non-residential structures, which, if you reduce the side yard and other standards for those, might create
All right,
problems,
I'll remove the side yard request.
or just limit it to residential structures. You see what I'm saying? And
What if-
then,
what if so
then the
if-
commercials and others would still have to comply with all the standards they already have. We wouldn't be, we might.
So you're
create-
saying if it's first floor commercial, then it wouldn't count? So that's why I'd rather I'll remove the side yard request and keep the MN, MM standards as they are.
Does that address your concern?
Yeah, right now in the MM and MN, we don't have the separate setbacks for a single-family duplex, triplex that you have in other districts. So we don't really differentiate it right now for.
Should I just take this to lot coverage and impervious surface area and landscape area? I was trying to be, I can just go with that, if that makes it
I just want to
easier.
avoid a situation where we
I'm
have
with ya.
someone building something we really don't want them to build, but a residential structure would work.
Well, I was just trying to, so I'll withdraw the motion, make the motion to, same motion, but just regarding impervious surface coverage area, the impervious surface area and the landscape area. How about that?
We'll work.
Because that's what's stopping all the development of
We'll
those
work
two
with that.
things. Yeah.
All right, so the motion is to, in table 04-2.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, 04-3.
Yeah, 04-3 to have impervious surface coverage area and landscape area to reflect R3 zone. as proposed in table 04-2.
All right.
It's gotten so bad.
Clear on the motion there? Is there a second?
Second.
Need housing.
All right, any discussion? Commissioner Stossberg?
I just want to note that in R3, there's actually no landscaping requirement. The minimum landscape area is none, and I'm not in favor of changing the MN and MM to no landscaping requirement at all.
Can I get a definition of what that even is? I don't even know what it is.
Yep, so the two terms, the difference between them is minimum landscaped area is just essentially raw grass on the property. So there are no exceptions for permeable pavers or any permeable materials. Some of that might come into play for impervious surface coverage, for driveways, for single family, but minimum landscaped area is in essence just no exceptions, grass on the ground. So we would be interpreting Mr. Smith's recommendation that the impervious surface coverage reflect the 80% of the R3 and a converse 20% landscape area requirement.
That's why I don't understand why there's a land, because it's going to be 20% green space. So is it in addition to? Because like in question. In RM, you've changed, in RM, you've changed this. I got to find it. To 80 or 75% because there's no table, and then 20%. So is it 80 and 20, so it's 40?
No, so the two are kind of the opposite. They're the inverse of each other. So your maximum impervious surface coverage is 80%, so your minimum landscape area requirement is 20%.
Okay, then I'll amend mine to allow the minimum landscape area to be 20%. Because wait, hold on. What's R3? Yeah, so 70 and 30. Let's just be specific. The impervious surface coverage changed to 70, the landscape area changed to 30. Does that make sense?
70 and none.
No, but I'm offering 30 because there's a concern about it. So let's just make it what the RH zone is, and because RH is 80-20, so let's just make it 70-30, even though I don't understand what the 30 does because it has to be there anyway. But if it's a concern, we can add it.
Can I reframe your motion to make sure I understand it?
Yeah.
So you're moving to edit table 05-3 to change the...
04-3.
04-3, what did I say?
Doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, 04-3, to change the impervious surface coverage of MN and MM to 70% and the landscape area minimum to 30% for those two districts.
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second again.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on this motion? All right, can you please call the roll on the motion to amend?
Smith,
Yes.
Stossberg,
I'm not sure yet. Come back to me at the end.
you want me to
Just come back to me at the end.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
All right,
Stossberg.
I'll say yes, but yes, I guess say yes.
all right, motion carries. Go ahead.
I would like to propose an amendment to UDO UDO Section 20.04.060 parking minimums to specifically eliminate Section L, minimum bicycle parking required.
Do you have a page?
180 of the current UDO.
I'll second for the vote.
Okay.
It's 180 of the published PDF version of the UDO.
Can you, can you reference the,
I need the red line version.
the red line version?
Fine.
So this would be on page 157 of the red line version.
All right. Commissioner Bishop, do you mind just restating your motion one more time now that I've
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to Section 5, which refers to 20.04.060 of the UDO, specifically to remove Section L, minimum bicycle parking required.
Second again.
Oh, man. I'm not even. I don't even see a section L on.
Our numbering's all off. It's underneath table 0411. Minimum, okay, I got it.
I see, got it, okay. Thank you. So, yeah, so your motion is to strike all of section L.
Correct.
Yeah, all right, and was there a second?
Yeah, Chris did.
Okay. Any discussion? Commissioner Stussberg.
I appreciate what Commissioner Bishop was saying about the original resolution not specifying vehicular parking minimums, but that was the intent of it, and part of the, in the whereas clauses of that, one of the reasons for it had to do with our climate action plan in terms of vehicular usage, and so bicycles don't add to emissions in the same way that vehicles do. So that's why this actually doesn't go along with that resolution and the intent of council. And in addition to that, one of the other reasonings behind it is to be able to add affordable parking or affordable housing, because creating parking is extremely expensive. And so giving developers that option if they're developing in a space where parking is not necessarily going to be an issue. Councilmember Flaherty cited, I guess there's a development downtown, they called it the bicycle development at the time, that actually doesn't have any parking. I don't actually know where it is, but it doesn't have any parking with it. It's right on the B line. And that's the kind of thing that he was trying to use and promote in that idea. So in my opinion, it doesn't speak to the resolution. And I'll be voting against it. Thanks.
Any other comments? I'm sorry? Yeah, go ahead.
So much like the parking minimums, it doesn't preclude anyone from adding bicycle parking at all, but it does remove the undue burden of forcing someone to put bicycle parking, which becomes costly at a certain point, especially when you have to have a minimum threshold for businesses undergoing any sort of compliance for change of use or things like that. They would be forced to add in bicycle parking, which is an expense that most small businesses can't afford. So by removing that, you're taking away a financial burden burden for a developer and/or small business. You're not removing the ability for bicycle parking to continue.
Any other comments? Commissioner Seabour.
I guess just a question if staff wouldn't mind weighing in on the proposed amendment.
Well, like I said, we did not interpret this to mean bicycle parking. That was not part of what Mr. Councilmember Flaherty was trying to address, so that's why we didn't even address it in our proposed amendment to that. So that's where we did not think that this was what he was intending to do. Certainly also to reiterate what Councilmember Stolzberg cited in part of why he came forward with that.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, let's call the roll on the proposed amendment, the motion to amend.
Stolzberg,
No.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seabour,
No.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
No.
Smith,
Yes. Myth.
Whistler.
Yeah, I already said yes. I think that's 5
Yes.
yeses?
That was fine.
Just a
All right.
recommendation. They would turn it down anyway.
Motion carries.
They would
Okay.
blow it up in the air.
Any other
I do.
amendments? Okay. Commissioner Smith.
Section 2005050, page 228, subdivision development standards, CIII. Where did I do this one? Remove the less than? I never got back to this. Remove the less than 150 feet deep. All that are, well, make sure it makes sense, but remove the 150-foot deep lot depth. None of the rest of it.
Give me that page number one more time, please.
228.
220.
Well,
Okay,
it's
so we're-
2005050, subdivision design standards, CIII.
Yeah, right. So yes, section CII, you're moving to strike the words, "that is less than 150 feet deep."
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I want to make sure that this still addresses, and Eric, I want to get the staff's input on assuring that this still addresses the fire department concerns. Is that clear just by removing?
Yeah, the remainder of that where, no structure can be built on the lot, that's more than 150 feet from the street, seem to still address what the fire department's concerns were.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Seabour?
I guess that honestly sounds really good, but just to understand the process, so a subdivision happens independent of the building permit process. Are there processes in place to assure that somehow a building couldn't get approved that would, what are the processes just to assure that would be
Yeah, so
discussed?
the kind of second part of that talks about a note has to be placed on the plat regarding that effect. So when we review the building permit and look at the plat and see the note that is on there, then that would be our clue, our trigger, to make sure that that additional standard is being met.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right, let's call the roll on that amendment.
Sorry, on this one and the last one, I don't know that you went to public comment for an amendment.
You are correct.
I haven't done on any of them.
Sorry.
All right.
Do we have to start over?
No.
Is there any public comment?
Here's what I would do. I don't think there's going to be any, but is there any public comment on this amendment?
If there's anybody online that would like to give public comment on this proposed amendment, please use the raise hand function.
And if you'd like to make comment on the prior amendment, I'll allow that at this time as well. All right, seeing none, back to the commission. Let's call the roll on the motion to amend.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Is there any other motions at this time? All right, so we have this, the document as amended, as it is currently. It includes the changes from all 4 sections. So if a commissioner would like to move this along with only some of those sections, again, we'll need to be specific if there's something you want to exclude from the motion.
I'll motion to move ZO, let's see, 2026-06-0006 forward with a positive recommendation based on the 3, including the 3 amendments that were voted on at tonight's meeting.
All right,
4?
so
4 amendments,
you could just say as amended.
as amended.
Second.
All right, so the motion on the table is to forward as amended, which includes all of the original changes. Is there any final discussion?
Are you moving with a positive recommendation?
That is the motion on the table.
Yeah, I just really, want to move this forward because it will be taken up by council, and I'm sure they'll have additional,
They'll change things.
they'll have additional comments and questions and changes. But we've been asked to move on this by council, so I want to do that.
Commissioner Seaborn?
I'll just echo what Commissioner Kinsey just said, and just for this group's sake, and maybe more for council's sake, to be thinking about the removal of minimum parking requirements. Some land uses, or some streets, I guess, don't allow certain land uses to park on those streets if it's in a certain permit zone. So just wanting to raise that awareness, to be thinking about if people aren't parked on the site and they're assuming they will park on the street, that's not always possible in certain areas. So just keeping that other larger policy implication in mind as well.
Any other comments? I'll just say one more time for the record, something I've said many times before, which is I don't like the way that we are doing this with our incentives. I'll vote to forward this on, and I do agree that I think probably it's legal. I'm not a lawyer, but I do think that we kind of get around what probably was the intent of the state law by making it an incentive, but I think it's completely disingenuous when the reward for using the incentives is just to get things that we wanted you to do anyway, right? More density is also going to help affordability, right? So it's like, it makes so little sense to me that we'd say, you can only increase our housing supply if you do all these other things. Like, if we want prices to come down, if we want things to be affordable, we should just make it easy to build more dense housing, not force you to jump through a bunch of hoops to do it. And so I think I just don't like the way we do it, and I think although it's probably legal, I think it's just bad policy. But that being said, we know this was specifically requested by the council, and they're going to do with it as they will. So I'm happy to send it back their way.
Can I make a motion to amend the motion on the table?
You can, yes.
To forward the petition as amended to council, but with no recommendation, instead of a positive recommendation, to send it with no recommendation.
I think that's a new motion.
Yeah, I think,
That's not an amendment to the,
well,
changing one word.
we're going to vote twice on it either way. So I suppose if there's a second for your motion, then,
Second.
all right. So the motion is to amend the motion to change the recommendation from positive to no recommendation. Yes.
We haven't voted on her motion, correct?
He's moving to amend her motion. That is allowed under,
Yeah, I think maybe legal is going to come up and say that's just a separate motion, because the three things you can do are all separate,
Yeah.
but I'm not, so just a
It's not
second.
an amendment, it's a change of motion.
you can, all of the things we've been doing are moving to amend other motions. That is standard parliamentary procedure.
So,
Would you like to weigh in?
Enadina from City of Bloomington Legal. I think that's just a new motion under the Roberts rules. So if it's easier, just propose a new motion. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Well,
Or vote on the motion that's before you.
Under Robert's rules, we have to vote on the motion that's before us right now. City Legal just said that that's an entirely new motion, but we have a motion on the table already. So we have to vote on the motion that is on the table, or the person who made the motion has to withdraw the motion.
I'm sorry, that's just not correct.
I'll withdraw, to
All
simplify.
right, if this motion fails, then we can make a second one. Thank you. All right. If there's no further discussion, the motion on the table is to forward as amended with a positive recommendation. Let's call the roll on that motion.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
No.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
No.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes. I lost count. 6-2. All right, motion carries. We are now on to ZO 2026-06-007.
Thank you. So this is a second amendment from staff directed at three aspects within the Unified Development Ordinance. Again, working towards the goal of increasing housing attainability. As I mentioned with the previous presentation, this does also serve to fulfill our requirements with the latest House bill regarding reviewing the Unified Development Ordinance in regards to holding a public hearing for the purpose of increasing housing development. So with this, we are proposing to amend three sections of the UDO related to accessory dwelling units, cottage developments, and duplexes. So with this, we are proposing to amend the allowed size for attached ADUs to be 1,000 square feet, and for detached ADUs to be 1,000 square feet, or 75% of the primary structure, whichever is less. Part of the reason for the adjustment of the language for detached ADUs and what you see relates to changes for this in this House Bill 1001 of how those units are defined. So this is syncing it with that. With this, as I mentioned, we are proposing to change the standards for the use cottage developments to increase the density that's allowed for those, adjust some of the standards that go along with that for setbacks and height, and landscaping requirements and project size standards, and then also adjusting some of the use-specific standards for duplexes to remove the limitation on the number of duplexes allowed per calendar year, the spatial limitation that applies to those as well, adjusting the use-specific standards for triplex and fourplexes, and then modifying the standard for duplexes related to the review of roof orientation, just to kind of clarify that a little bit. So as I mentioned, there were recent changes to the state definition of accessory dwelling unit. So we are modifying our definition to sync with that. So this is just an excerpt from this Indiana code with that change. With that, there were a few changes to the definition that I mentioned that we have to adjust. One of those would be to allow for a new definition for accessory dwelling units for the duplex, just to kind of make that specific to that use. And then a second one related to just a single family definition. Again, in essence, using that same language, just differentiating those two units or those two uses. So with this, as I mentioned, very simply, we're proposing to increase the size for an attached ADU to 1,000 square feet. Again, kind of syncing that with the state code definition of that use, and then adjusting same thing for the detached ADU. We feel like this gives a greater use for, or a greater size for this use, can increase the amount of bedrooms that are in there. The number of bedrooms aren't being changed with this, but it could increase the size of those bedrooms and the unit themselves, create some more living space within there. So we certainly see this as an advantage to that might help increase the use of that. The next change here is in relation to cottage development. So this is an excerpt of the use table, just kind of showing where this is. It's a conditional use in all of the single family and multifamily districts. Changing the allowed use table is not on the discussion for tonight. We can't change the use table, but I'm just showing this for reference for where the UDO treats this. So cottage developments, just in case the Planning Commission is not familiar, because you don't see these, they go to the Board of Zoning Appeals or the hearing officer. It allows for units to be constructed on a site without subdividing a property and creating individual lots for this. The typical arrangement that is envisioned is, some cluster of homes with parking in the back that are oftentimes a smaller size unit, but that is not necessarily a restriction of this use itself. So we are proposing to change the density and minimum and maximum project size to get rid of those minimum and maximum project size and increase the density that could be allowed with this. So you see in the proposed amendment, those changes to the unit and the density count that is proposed here. We've also proposed modifying the language regarding perimeter sidewalks, and also modifying the rear setback requirement for this use as well. Again, we just have not seen this use utilized at all, and really feel a lot of the development standards in the UDO are the main reason that just doesn't get utilized. So we're also removing the maximum size that's allowed for each unit, and the depth of width, just kind of governing how those buildings are designed. And then the last is changing the standards for duplexes, as I mentioned, to get rid of the maximum number that are allowed per year, and getting rid of the buffer that is required. The UDO currently requires a 150-foot buffer around a duplex that applies for 2 years, that prevents any other duplexes from being approved within there. And then also there was a cap of 15 duplexes that were allowed per calendar year. One modification that we're making to the use-specific standards is just clarifying roof pitch to include the words "and orientation." That's how staff has applied this in the situations where these have come forward. So we just wanted to clarify what exactly is being reviewed when we review those requests. And then for the use triplex and fourplex, there is a limitation of or a maximum of only 2 exterior entrances for those uses. That does prevent a townhome arrangement where you create a townhome building with 4 units in there, but each unit you want to condoize it and have its own entrance, and having a shared entrance does work against that goal. So we're proposing to remove that, and then also again including roof pitch and orientation in the use-specific standard with that. So this is required to have 2 hearings. So we are simply recommending that the Plan Commission forward this to the required second hearing in September, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions from commissioners? Commissioner Kinsey.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification, or I would like some clarification on the duplex and the buffer and the removal of the cap. I mean, I remember really laboring over that when we created this in the UDO, and I just wonder how much of that was ever needed or necessary, and how much it was actually either protective or if it was a problem for any.
I would say the spatial limitation has certainly been more impactful than the maximum number of cap, the 15. However, we have seen that trend going up, in terms of the number of duplexes that are reviewed and approved every year. As I kind of mentioned in the first presentation, a lot of this is just removing perceived barriers to folks coming forward for this. Certainly, we'd love to explore a conversation of allowing this as a permitted use in other districts and making it even more accessible. But, as I mentioned, we're not amending the use table. That's not something that we can do at this time. So we're just trying to remove some of the barriers that are in the code that do seem to, at least visually or mentally, present an obstacle to some folks. One of the goals, as I mentioned with the House bill, was look at hindrances in your zoning codes that are creating barriers for housing attainability, and this is certainly one of those. As I mentioned, we're not hitting it, but we certainly could, and we would hope to, see more of these utilized. So this is something that is encouraged with that House bill, and so we're recommending removing this.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Holmes.
So segue into the House bill, just very briefly, does the House Bill 101 require this language and these changes?
It does not require. It encourages communities to, one of the things in that language does talk about, encouraging communities to make these permitted uses, but it encourages communities to look at and remove barriers to housing through ADUs, through diversity of housing types, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, reducing setbacks, increasing impervious surface coverage,
but
all the things.
But is it required?
No, it's not required.
Not required? Okay, that's good. Thank you.
No.
Any other questions? Commissioner Stossberg.
While we're on the duplex conversation, I have some kind of serious concerns about removing those barriers to size without also making them by right in terms of, every time I watch a BZA meeting, there is at least one, often more, duplexes on their agenda that take up an awful lot of time. So I guess I'm concerned that if we remove this barrier, then what we're doing is, but we keep the conditional use barrier, then we're going to overload the BZA in a way that's like really inappropriate in terms of that body.
Yeah, so, as I indicated, we would certainly love to have a more open conversation and path about amending the use table. Amending the use table requires notification to all affected property owners within the zoning district, so it has a much higher public notification requirement. It's a lot costlier. So, we looked at doing some use table amendments, but that was not something that we were moving forward with at this time. Hopefully, that is something that maybe we can revisit very soon in the next year or two. But we share your concerns and thoughts.
Other questions from commissioners?
Just a statement that I agree with your proposal, because I'm on the BZA, and it should be by right. So.
Commissioner Kinsey?
I'm also in the same view, and I just wonder if the staff has thought more about what it would take. I mean, obviously, there are obligations about noticing and, public information, but I just wonder if there's more of a case to be made and what that might be. And maybe this is more of a comment than anything, but I do think that there's a larger issue here than just noticing and making sure that the public has sufficient, and living in all those zones have information. If we would want to really live by the spirit of the housing, the attainability incentive here, that's the idea here. I think we would need to perhaps report out on, the number of duplexes that were not permitted because of this conditional use, or how much the BZA has been overwhelmed by having to think about these things. So I just wonder about other things that we might need to assemble, and if there's been any thought to that, I guess that's how I could make it a question.
Yeah, like I said, we hear your thoughts and concerns and see the same thing. Right now, at this time, it's not something that the department has been directed to do yet.
Okay. Thanks.
Commissioner Stossberg?
So is the holdup the department being directed to do that?
At this time, it's not something that we have been directed to bring forward.
Any other questions? Oh, you had the floor.
I have a couple other topics. Are we ready to move on to other topics? Great, okay. So the first question is about the cottage developments, and I guess I am, the question that I wrote down, now I wrote this down last month, okay? It's hard to know what I was thinking then, but in terms of the cottage developments allowing for increased density in that, I just want to understand how that increased density is different than multifamily housing being allowed in the R1 through R4 districts, like more than just plexes. Because if there's no minimum project size, then could someone in a standard type R2 lot, say of about a quarter of an acre or a fifth of an acre, then create a cottage development with more than 4 little units by right? And I say more than 4 because of trying to amend for quadplexes, which would not otherwise be allowed in an R2 district, because they can suddenly have 24, so 24 divided by, say, 4 for a quarter of an acre. That would be 6 little developments in an R2 kind of standard size little lot. So how is it different?
Well, one thing certainly is one of the use-specific standards here that talks about no more than 2 units in a building. So that separates it from just an apartment building with multiple units in it. It is a conditional use, so certainly we evaluate for that use being appropriate in a particular area. But you're right, there are certainly a lot of similarities between this and a multi-family development, but there are restrictions here that do make it a little bit less in terms of the number of units that are allowed in a building, trying to steer it more towards a series of duplexes within a property, smaller tiny homes. Doesn't necessarily have to be a tiny home, but it's just, again, something to try to move the needle to getting more housing within the community. Again, there aren't a lot of empty lots in the single-family zoning districts where you're going to get this happening at a very large scale. So it's probably something that's just really going to be more utilized on, the rare lot that might be available, or a situation where somebody wants to have a couple more units in their backyard that has a single-family house up front, and they want to have 2 or 3 units in the backyard, or it's hard to really kind of envision it because there's just a mix of possibilities that would have to kind of come forward.
Well, how is it different from an ADU then?
So right now ADUs, the owner has to live on the property, so this would not necessarily have that.
Okay. I have one more unrelated question. Should I go ahead? All right, so I'm trying to find it now. In the definition of there's a change of definition. It's on my page 348. I just have to find page 348. So it is in the change of definition of dwelling accessory unit, and in the struck out language, it strikes out and is connected to city utilities. So is it not required anymore that the accessory, that an ADU be connected to city utilities? Or did I just miss where it got rewritten somewhere else? Like, am I just reading it wrong?
No, they do still have to connect to city utilities. The previous, I'm sorry, I'm going to look at it here. I think the language referred to, or the challenge that we were running into were separate meters, which the utilities department wasn't doing.
So you're trying to eliminate the need for an ADU to have their own meter?
Yes, that
Okay.
was the main problem that we were running into, is utilities just wasn't
Right.
doing that. So we were changing this to reflect that policy that they had.
But in the end, what you've done is struck out connected to city utilities. So is it still somehow, is there still a requirement in there that it has to have utilities connected to our, because otherwise, so I guess here's the question, what's stopping somebody from putting in an ADU with a composting toilet?
So CBU does, well, I think the health department probably would step in there more than we would or CBU would.
Is that?
That's not captured in this.
Where is that captured, I guess?
So part of the change, though, that you see here, though, is this language is verbatim from the state definition.
Okay.
So, for instance, in the presentation here, I included, I can go back to that.
So some of those state codes that are cited in there require some connection to utilities?
Yeah, so
Okay.
it talks about, includes its own cooking, sleeping, and sanitation facilities. I don't know if there's a state definition of sanitation facilities that, gives more guidance on that or restrictions. We can certainly look into that and have an answer for you next time.
I would appreciate that, honestly. I mean, this is coming from a kid who was born in a house without an indoor plumbing. So it wasn't that long ago that that sort of thing occurred. So thanks. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions from commissioners? All right, is there any public comment on ZO 2026-06-0007? I don't see any here in the chambers. Anyone online? If you're online and you'd like to make comment, just click the reaction button and click the raise hand button, and we will recognize you when it's your turn to speak. Last call for public comment. All right, we are back to the commission for any final discussion or a motion.
You can do
I'll
it.
motion to forward this on for this petition ZO 2026-06-0007 on to a required second hearing.
Second. All right, final discussion? All right, let's call the roll on the motion to continue,
Seaboard,
or forward, I should say.
Yes.
Sorry.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. We are on to our final agenda item, ZO 2026-06-0008. And we still have Eric Grulich for one more time, one night only. Last show.
Thank you. So this is, again, a third series of amendments that staff is bringing forward to try to decrease barriers to development and redevelopment opportunities, kind of more specifically. So this amendment or series of amendments look to adjust the requirements within the Unified Development Ordinance regarding to change in uses on a property that trigger compliance with certain aspects of the zoning code. So we have several changes that are proposed here. So one of those, for the most part, is adjusting what triggers change in use. And then the second component is what are the site improvements that are triggered or required when those activities happen. So we are looking to remove the requirement that a subdivision requires all properties to come into compliance. Properties still cannot subdivide away anything that is needed to meet a requirement, but the Subdivision Act itself does not trigger compliance. We're adjusting the proposing to adjust the compliance threshold for new building construction on a site where there is an existing building to allow for new buildings under a certain size to be constructed that without triggering full compliance, modifying the language for expansion of parking areas to allow for limited expansion of parking areas without triggering compliance, and then moving into what are the improvements required on a property. We're proposing to adjust one of the triggers or one of the implications of site improvements deals with removal of parking spaces over parking maximum. So we're proposing to add language that parking spaces with 14 or less spaces don't have to remove parking over the maximum. We're proposing to adjust the threshold for building additions to allow building additions up to 25%. Currently, 10% additions are allowed without triggering limited compliance, so we would be adjusting that to 25%. And then going into the world of what triggers change in use requirements, one of the big things that we have right now, there are several things that trigger change in use requirements, certainly expansion of buildings, expansion of use on a property, but also one of the triggers is moving from use categories within the UDO. So the UDO has uses that are broken into specific subgroups, as they're called. So if you move from one subgroup to another, that is a change in use. So as you can see here, the change excerpt for the change in use table. If you are going from indoor recreation to an office, that is a change in use. One of the other change in use triggers is dealing with a property or a building that has been abandoned. So right now the UDO defines abandonment as a property or a building that the previous use has been removed or abandoned from 12 months. So we would be proposing to change that to 24 months. So with that, as I mentioned, I kind of gave an overview of what those actual triggers would be. So I've just got the actual citations in there that talk about allowing for new buildings to be constructed on a site that are less than 25% of existing buildings would be reviewed under limited compliance. And then talking about some of the building additions and expansions of parking areas that would be allowed. So all of these are intended to make it easier to reuse properties without having to do significant improvements. But I think it's certainly important to point out that these triggers are one of the main ways that we get improvements on properties. These change in use situations are what we see most of the time, not tear down everything that's on a property and start from scratch. So I just want to make sure to point out the advantages and disadvantages here. Certainly we do make these changes as written, make it easier to reuse certain buildings and decrease some of the things that somebody has to do on a property. But the opposite side of that is, properties can sit in a state of non-compliance for much longer, and we won't get those improvements. So I just, like I said, make sure I want to point out advantages and disadvantages to these things. So with that, we are recommending that the Plan Commission forward this to the required second hearing in September, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Strasburg.
I didn't actually have any questions on this one until you started your presentation, so thanks for that. So I have two now. In terms of a change in use no longer triggering a limited compliance, what would happen if the new use really changed how the property interacted with the public or the street? Like, wouldn't that kind of cause a problem potentially in terms of increased traffic or severely decreased traffic, just in terms of that street level interaction? And then how much, and I guess this speaks maybe to my second question, or the second part of what you just said in terms of improvements that, might be better in terms of the UDO to make depending on the usage. Like, I guess I'm thinking about things like landscaping or parking, though I guess one of the other things that we just did tonight was eliminate minimum parking requirements, but we still have maximum parking requirements. And so if suddenly there's, a new use is not gonna require the same kind of parking as it would otherwise have, and then we just have like a massive parking lot that's empty all the time, like.
Yep, so those are great examples of, situations where depending on, let me just back up a little bit. So, one of our changes is proposed that parking lots with less than 14 parking spaces don't have to remove parking over the maximum. What we have seen in situations where you have a very low amount of parking, like 14 spaces or so, removing 5 or 6 spaces, while it certainly will be meeting the requirements of the UDO, does have some real implications for properties. And those small amount of spaces, that's not necessarily the more severe situation that we're trying to work on, where you've got 100 parking spaces that sit empty for the majority of the year. That's not where the big impacts, those are the big impacts, is those parking spaces that are 100 and they're sitting empty. 5 parking spaces sitting on a property empty, that's not as impactful. And those are the situations where the small business owner feels a heavier impact because they've got to spend money. It's very costly to remove asphalt and do that work. So, when we've had these change in use conversations and go through the requirements, the things that people feel are most impactful are removing parking spaces, removing asphalt, because that's very costly. And when you've got a small business owner trying to move into a small space, that can feel very substantial to them.
So we're still requiring the large spaces to have to remove if.
Yeah, so
Okay.
so with
Okay.
what we've proposed right now, 14 is where we'd say, if you're less than that, you don't ever have to remove anything. Obviously, unless you completely tear everything down and build back, then you're in a full compliance. So that's just where we've kind of looking at, years of situations and, 2 or 3 extra parking spaces. It can mean a lot to a business, as they ebb and flow between different uses, and really is not the scenario that we were trying to address.
Okay, and then the other thing that I was kind of wondering, because you started talking about the pluses and the minuses in such a way that kind of made me go like, oh, it feels like there's potentially as many like concerns about eliminating these as keeping them. And so I guess I'm wondering where the recommendations then came from in terms of your like matrix of best practices and UDO changes, and where did this sort of originate from?
Yep. So I, looking at all these changes, and there, as I'm pointing out, there are 2 things that we're adjusting here. One is, what are the triggers for a change in use? What are the things that trigger a change in use? And then what are the improvements that you have to do with those? You don't have to say we want to do all of these. The use change, or the changes that we're proposing in this for the triggers, the removal of the subgroup, I think is probably the most impactful. That's the one that we see the most of. You're going from a restaurant to retail. Those are the big ones. And like I said, the site improvements that feel most substantial are most of the time removing parking. Very rarely do folks have a problem putting in a bike rack or adding street trees or landscaping. It's the removal of the asphalt. So that's where, when we were adjusting the limited compliance or the site improvements, removing that parking or giving that allowance for spaces less than 14, seemed to address a lot of the day-to-day concerns or in situations that we have with the small business owners and small sites. So we just wanted to make sure to point out, here's all the things that we're proposing, as we've seen with previous amendments tonight. You don't have to do all of these, but these are what we're proposing to, again, kind of move the needle a little bit. We can see how this feels if we, see that it's having effect of, more properties not getting any improvements over the years. Maybe we go back, but this is what we felt was kind of a good starting point to move the needle a little bit.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? I got a couple. Just the change of use triggers, just want to make sure I'm clear on this. On number 3, under the change in use, any change from one residential land use to another. So let me give you a scenario. I got an apartment building, and I want to change it from rental to owner occupied.
So
I wanna
that
sell-
is not a rental is not a land use itself. It's still a dwelling unit. So one residential land use to another would be multifamily to an opioid rehabilitation home.
Okay.
Or,
So condo is not a,
yeah, so that is not a
not a
separate land use.
sub-use anywhere in the.
No.
Okay. What about, I've got a warehouse.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I've got a warehouse, and I want that now to be, I want to put office in there. Not changing anything to the physical structure, nothing, no change to the footprint. Just instead of stacking boxes in my warehouse, I want to put some desks in there and let.
Yep, so that would fall into the subgroup category that I was talking about, where you're going from a warehouse to an office. So warehousing is listed under employment. That's kind of the subgroup that's listed in, with just a few other things. Bottled gas, contractor's yard, distribution warehouse, outdoor storage, self-service storage. So that's it. So if you go to anything other than those 5 or 6 things, it's a change in use.
Yeah, I think that's where that's a comment, I guess.
Sure.
That's where my concern is. I don't think it's fair to trigger change in use when you're not making any physical changes to the building. So I'll try to dig a little deeper into it.
Yeah, so,
before the next
just for
meeting.
a little bit of context, in the prior to 2019, when the UDO came in, we had, I think, 7 or 8 lists of classes of uses. And it was a lot broader. And if you went from one class to another class, that was a change in use. When we updated the use table and had it broken down into these particular groups and subgroups, we wanted to look at, how does that still function of going from this use to that use? There is a difference between an office and a restaurant in terms of what's happening on the site, traffic and impacts and things.
Yep.
So, we can certainly look at revisiting maybe how these subgroups are done. But in the interim right now, like I said, that's probably one of the biggest triggers. And you're right, there might be very negligible difference between storing boxes and an office. But some uses, there are big differences in terms of what's happening there.
Sure, yeah. Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Any public comment? If you would like to make comment, if you're online, click that reaction button, click the raise hand button, or send a message to the meeting host, and we'll recognize you when it is your turn to speak. If you're here in the chambers, just make your way to the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Last call for public comment. All right, we are back to the commission for any final comments or motion.
I'll motion Z0-2026-06-0008 to move this forward, move this petition forward to the required second hearing.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any final discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll on the motion to forward to the second hearing.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you all for your patience this evening. That's our final agenda item. We are adjourned.